You are not tired because you need more sleep. You are tired because your mind keeps returning to the same pain, the same mistake, the same loss, and the same question you still cannot answer. You replay conversations that are already over. You blame yourself for things you can no longer change. You keep trying to stay strong because you are afraid that if you stop, everything inside you will fall apart. And even when the room is quiet, your mind refuses to rest. These 9 Buddhist stories are for that part of you, the part that is still fighting the past, the part that believes peace must be earned, the part that keeps searching for control because letting go feels too much like losing. Tonight, you will hear stories about grief, guilt, fear, anger, pressure, and the hidden suffering created by the mind itself. Not to tell you that your pain is small, not to promise that everything will suddenly become easy, but to show you that suffering does not always end when life changes. Sometimes, it begins to end when you stop feeding the thoughts that keep rebuilding it. One sentence may stay with you. One choice may sound uncomfortably familiar. One story may reveal the exact burden you have been carrying in silence. So do not force yourself to feel peaceful. Just listen. Because the first step toward freedom may be seeing clearly what has been hurting you all along. Story 1. The mother who knocked on every door. At 2 in the morning, Sarah Mitchell was still demanding another doctor for a child whose heart had stopped 6 hours earlier. Her son, Noah, was 7 years old. He had complained of a headache before school. By lunch, he had a fever. By evening, he was inside a hospital room surrounded by physicians, nurses, machines, and words Sarah could not accept. Infection, swelling, complications, no response, no heartbeat. The doctor spoke carefully. I am deeply sorry. We did everything we could. Sarah stared at him. Then do something else. The doctor lowered his eyes. There is nothing more medicine can do. You said the scan would help. We hoped it would. You said the medication might work. We gave him everything available. Then call someone who knows more. We consulted the specialists. Call another hospital. Sarah, do not call me that. The doctor became silent. Sarah stood beside Noah's bed, with one hand wrapped around his fingers. His hand was still warm. That warmth became her evidence. He is not gone, she said. No one argued with her. A nurse asked whether there was someone they could call. Sarah shook her head. Her husband, Mark, had died in a car accident 3 years earlier. Her parents lived in another state. Noah was the person she called when the world became too quiet. He was the person who left cereal bowls in the sink, forgot his homework, and asked questions when Sarah was too tired to answer. He slept with one sock on and one sock missing. He hated tomatoes. He loved dinosaurs. He could not be dead. The word did not fit inside anything she knew about him. Sarah pulled a chair beside the bed. I will wait for him to wake up. The nurse crouched near her. He will not wake up. You do not know that. The nurse's eyes filled with tears. I am so sorry. Then leave. The nurse stood and walked out. Sarah remained beside Noah. Hours passed. Hospital staff entered and spoke quietly. Sarah rejected every form placed before her. She refused to discuss funeral homes. She refused to release Noah's body. She refused to call her family. Each refusal gave her several more minutes before the truth became official. Near sunrise, a hospital chaplain entered. Her name was Evelyn Park. She was an older woman with grey hair and a calm voice. Sarah had seen her before, speaking with families in hallways. I do not need prayer, Sarah said. I did not come to pray. I do not need someone to tell me he is in a better place. I was not going to say that. Sarah looked at her suspiciously. What do you want? To sit with you. I want another doctor. Evelyn pulled a chair closer, but did not sit. Suppose I knew someone who could help. Sarah stood immediately. Who? A teacher I know. What kind of teacher? He works with people when medicine has reached its limit. Sarah gripped the bed rail. Can he bring Noah back? Evelyn did not answer. Sarah's face hardened. You are wasting my time. The teacher is inside the hospital. Bring him. Evelyn studied Sarah for a moment. Then she left. 20 minutes later, she returned with a man named Daniel Kim. Daniel was not dressed like a physician. He wore plain dark clothing and carried no medical bag. Sarah looked toward Evelyn. "You said he could help." "I said he works with people when medicine reaches its limit." Sarah turned toward Daniel. "My son needs treatment." Daniel approached the bed. He looked at Noah. Then he looked at Sarah. "How long has he been like this?" "Since last night." "What have the doctors told you?" "They have stopped trying." "That was not what I asked." Sarah's voice rose. "They said he died." Daniel nodded. "And you do not believe them?" "I believe they gave up." "What do you want me to do?" "Bring him back." Daniel remained silent. Sarah stepped closer. "You came here because you know something. Do it." Daniel looked at her hand holding Noah's. "I may be able to help, but I need something first." Sarah's breathing changed. "What?" "A spoonful of mustard seeds." She stared at him. "That is all?" "No." "What else?" "The seeds must come from a household that has never been touched by death." Sarah frowned. "What does that mean?" "No parent, child, spouse, sibling, grandparent, relative, or close friend from that home can have died." Sarah looked toward Evelyn. "Why?" Daniel answered, "Bring me the seeds, and then we will speak about Noah. Will you wait here?" "Yes." Sarah kissed her son's forehead. "I will be back." Evelyn offered to drive. Sarah refused. She left the hospital alone. The first house belonged to a woman named Linda Harris. Linda was preparing breakfast when Sarah knocked. She opened the door wearing a robe. "I am sorry to bother you," Sarah said. "Do you have mustard seeds?" Linda looked confused. "I think so. I need 1 spoonful." Linda invited her inside. She searched through a cabinet and found a small container. Sarah watched her measure the seeds. Then she remembered Daniel's condition. "Has anyone connected to this house ever died?" Linda stopped. "My father died last year." Sarah looked at the seeds. "I cannot take those." "Why?" "They are from the wrong house." Sarah left before Linda could ask another question. At the second house, an elderly man opened the door. He had mustard seeds. His wife had died 12 years earlier. At the third house, a young couple answered. The husband's brother had died during military service. At the fourth, a woman said she had never lost anyone in her immediate family. Sarah almost took the seeds. Then the woman remembered her closest friend from college. Cancer, 5 years earlier. Sarah continued. She knocked on doors belonging to strangers. Some people were suspicious. Some were kind. Some closed the door. Others invited her to sit after hearing why she had come. A grocery store cashier gave Sarah mustard seeds from a shelf. Then she told Sarah that her mother had died when she was 16. A restaurant owner opened a new container for her. His infant daughter had lived for only 2 days. A police officer offered to drive Sarah back to the hospital. His partner had been killed during a traffic stop. Sarah refused the ride. She continued searching. At one house, a teenager answered. His parents were at work. Sarah asked whether anyone in his family had died. The boy looked toward a framed photograph. "My sister." "How old was she?" 11. Sarah looked at him. "How old are you?" 14. "What happened?" The boy lowered his eyes. "She was sick." Sarah felt the words enter her body. She wanted to ask how his mother survived it. She could not. She left. Near noon, Sarah reached a small apartment building. A woman named Maria invited her inside. Maria had mustard seeds. When Sarah asked her question, Maria became quiet. "My husband died 8 years ago. I am sorry. My oldest son died 2 years after him." Sarah looked toward Maria. "How did you keep living?" Maria did not answer immediately. "At first, I did not. But you are here." My body continued. The rest came slowly. "Did you accept it?" "No." Sarah waited. Maria continued. "I stopped arguing with what had happened. That was not the same as wanting it." Sarah sat across from her. "My son died last night." Maria closed her eyes. When she opened them, There was no surprise in her expression, only recognition. Sarah told her about Noah. She described the fever, the hospital, the machines, the doctors, the teacher waiting for mustard seeds from a house untouched by death. Maria listened. Then she placed the container between them. "You will not find that house." Sarah became angry. "You do not know every house." "No." "Then I have to continue." Maria did not stop her. Sarah stood. At the door, she turned. "What did you do with your son's room?" "I kept it unchanged for almost a year." "Then what?" "I moved one shirt." Sarah waited. "The next day, I moved another." "That helped." "No." "Then why?" "Because love had become trapped inside objects he no longer needed." Sarah touched the door handle. Maria continued. "I thought letting anything change would mean I had agreed to lose him." Sarah looked down. "Did it?" "No, he was already gone. I was only refusing to move." Sarah left without the seeds. She visited more homes. Every door opened into another loss. A grandmother, a newborn child, a cousin, a friend lost to addiction, a husband who never returned from work, a mother who died while her daughter was still young, a teacher remembered by an entire family, a neighbor whose empty chair remained at holiday dinners. Sarah had believed death had entered the hospital and selected her alone. By late afternoon, she understood that it had entered every street before she arrived. She returned to St. Matthew Hospital after sunset. Daniel was sitting outside Noah's room. Evelyn was beside him. Sarah approached with empty hands. Daniel stood. "Did you find the seeds?" Sarah shook her head. "Did no one have mustard seeds?" "Everyone had them." "What was missing?" Sarah looked through the glass at her son. "The house." Daniel waited. There was no house without someone who had died. "No." Sarah's face tightened. "Did you know that before you sent me?" "Yes." Anger rose inside her. "You made me walk all day while my son was lying here." "Yes." "You lied to me." "I asked for something that does not exist." "Why?" "Because last night, death felt like a door that had opened only for you." Sarah looked at him. Daniel continued. "I could have told you that every person loses someone. You would have heard words." Sarah remembered the boy's sister, Maria's husband, the restaurant owner's infant daughter, the officer's partner. "You needed to touch the doors yourself," Daniel said. Sarah began crying. "I left him alone." "He was not alone." "I should have stayed." "What would staying have changed?" "I would have been with him." "You are with him now." Sarah covered her face. "I cannot do this." Daniel did not tell her that she could. He did not tell her time would heal everything. He did not tell her Noah's death had a hidden purpose. He stood beside her while she wept. After several minutes, Sarah asked, "What am I supposed to do with all the love?" Daniel looked toward Noah. "Do not force it to disappear. It has nowhere to go. It has you." Sarah shook her head. "That is not enough." "No." The honesty made her cry harder. Evelyn opened the door. Sarah entered the room. Noah lay exactly as she had left him. She sat beside him. She placed one hand over his hair. For the first time, she did not search for warmth as evidence. She did not call his name expecting an answer. She allowed the silence to remain. "I went to find something for you," she whispered. She told him about the houses. She told him about Linda's father, the teenage boy's sister, Maria's husband and son. She told him that every family had a name spoken more quietly than the others. Sarah pressed her forehead against his hand. "I thought this happened only to us." Daniel and Evelyn remained outside. Sarah stayed with Noah until morning. When the nurse returned with the release form, Sarah read it. Her hand trembled. She signed her name. Then she asked for one more minute. The nurse nodded and stepped away. Sarah removed one of Noah's socks. The other had disappeared somewhere between the ambulance and the hospital room. She almost laughed. Even now, he had managed to lose one. She placed the sock inside her pocket. Then she kissed his forehead. "I do not agree to this," she whispered. Her tears fell onto the sheet. "But I know it happened." Sarah opened her hand. For the first time since Noah's heart had stopped, she released his fingers. Then she stood and allowed the hospital staff to carry him through the door. Story 2. The man who could not remember 4 words. Everyone at the meditation center believed Thomas Bell was incapable of learning. After 6 months, Thomas began to believe them. He was 43 years old and worked as a dishwasher at a retirement home in Philadelphia. He could repair a broken faucet, remember every resident's food allergy, and recognize when an elderly person was frightened before they said a word. But when Thomas tried to read, the letters refused to remain where they belonged. Words disappeared from his memory almost as soon as he heard them. Instructions that seemed simple to others became tangled inside his mind. He had hidden this difficulty since childhood. Teachers had called him slow. Classmates had called him stupid. His father had called him lazy. Thomas left school at 16 and learned to survive by watching carefully. He memorized bus routes by landmarks. He recognized cleaning products by the shapes of their containers. He asked co-workers to read official letters while pretending he had forgotten his glasses. Whenever someone handed him a form, he felt the same fear he had felt as a child standing beside a blackboard. The fear that another person would finally discover what was wrong with him. Thomas's older brother, Michael, was everything Thomas was not. Michael had earned a college degree. He owned an accounting firm. He spoke confidently in meetings. He read books during lunch and remembered entire paragraphs. When the brothers were young, Michael often completed Thomas's homework. Their mother called it kindness. Thomas experienced it as proof that Michael belonged in the world, and he did not. The brothers remained close, but the difference between them followed every conversation. Michael offered advice. Thomas nodded. Michael explained finances. Thomas signed where he was told. Michael recommended books. Thomas placed them unopened on a shelf. Neither brother spoke directly about Thomas's difficulty. Silence protected them both. After their mother died, Michael began attending a Buddhist meditation center. He said the practice helped him with grief. Thomas listened politely. He had never trusted religious groups. They often used complicated words to explain simple pain. Michael continued inviting him. "You do not have to believe anything," he said. "Then why go? To see what your mind is doing. I already know what mine is doing." "What?" "Making it through work." Michael smiled. "That is not what I meant." Thomas knew. He changed the subject. One evening, Thomas arrived at the retirement home and found an ambulance outside. A resident named Mr. Howard had collapsed during dinner. Thomas had washed the man's dishes for 11 years. Mr. Howard always left half a dinner roll on his plate. He always asked Thomas whether the Philadelphia Eagles would win on Sunday. He always complained that the coffee tasted weak. By the time Thomas entered the dining room, Mr. Howard had died. Staff members moved around the body. Residents were escorted away. Thomas stood beside a cart filled with dirty plates. He looked at the unfinished dinner roll. A nurse told him the dining room needed to be cleaned. Thomas nodded. He cleared the table. He wiped the chair. He removed the cup of weak coffee. The next evening, someone else sat in Mr. Howard's place. Thomas understood that this was necessary. The understanding did not help. For several nights, he dreamed of tables being cleared before people had finished eating. He called Michael. "I will come to that place with you." "The meditation center?" "Yes." Michael sounded surprised. "What changed?" "Do not make me explain it." "All right." Thomas attended the following Saturday. The center's teacher was a woman named Helen Shaw. She had worked as a public school counselor before studying Buddhist practice. She spoke plainly. Thomas appreciated that. She asked new students to follow their breathing for 5 minutes. Thomas struggled. He noticed one breath, then thought about work. He noticed another, then remembered a bill. His knee began hurting. Someone coughed. A truck sounded outside. His mind chased every movement. After the session, Michael asked how it felt, like sitting inside a crowded bus with no driver. Helen overheard him. "That is a good observation." Thomas looked at her. "I did not do it correctly. You noticed the bus. I could not stop thinking. You were not asked to stop." Then what was I supposed to do? Know that thinking was happening. Thomas frowned. That is all. For 5 minutes. Yes. He returned the following week. Then, the week after that, Thomas liked the silence, even when he could not remain focused. No one asked about his education. No one handed him a form. The group included attorneys, teachers, nurses, laborers, and retired people. Everyone sat on the same cushions. For the first time, Thomas entered a room where Michael's education did not automatically place him higher. Then, Helen began offering formal instruction. Each student received a short verse to memorize. The verse contained 4 lines about the changing nature of life. Students were expected to repeat it each morning and discuss its meaning at the end of the month. Thomas's stomach tightened. He considered leaving. Michael noticed. It is only 4 lines. Thomas looked at him. Michael immediately understood his mistake. I did not mean it that way. Yes, you did. I meant the verse is short. Short for you. Thomas, I should go. Michael lowered his voice. Tell Helen. No, she will understand. That is what people say before they start speaking slowly to me. Michael looked hurt. Thomas did not apologize. He took the printed verse home. The first line contained 7 words. Thomas read it repeatedly. He covered the page and tried to repeat it. 3 words remained. Then 2. He tried again. The sentence disappeared. Thomas recorded Michael reading the verse. He listened while riding the bus. He listened while washing dishes. He listened before sleep. By morning, the lines had broken apart. He remembered isolated words without their order. Change, passing, body, moment, release. None stayed together. Other students recited the verse easily. One woman memorized it during the first meeting. A college student discussed the original language from which it had been translated. Thomas sat near the back and prayed no one would ask him to speak. At the end of the month, Helen invited each person to recite. Thomas's chest tightened. The student beside him spoke confidently. Then, another. The circle moved closer. When Thomas's turn arrived, he looked at the floor. I do not know it. Helen waited. He tried the first word. Nothing followed. Someone shifted in a chair. Thomas felt 14 years old again. He saw the blackboard. He heard classmates laughing. Michael spoke gently. You know part of it. Thomas turned toward him. Do not. I am trying to help. I did not ask. The room became silent. Thomas stood. I have listened to that thing hundreds of times. I cannot remember it. Helen said. Sit down, Thomas. No, no one is judging you. He laughed bitterly. People always say that, while they are judging. He left the room. Michael followed him into the hallway. You are embarrassed. I understand. No, you do not. I have watched you struggle with this your whole life. That is exactly the problem. What does that mean? You watch. Michael stepped back. Thomas continued. You explain things for me. You answer questions before I can. You tell people I am good with my hands because you do not know what else to say. That is not fair. It is true. I have always tried to protect you. From what? Michael did not answer. From people finding out I am stupid. I have never thought you were stupid. You never had to. Thomas walked away. He did not return to the center for 3 weeks. Helen called once. Thomas did not answer. Michael left several messages. Thomas deleted them without listening. He worked. He washed dishes. He helped residents into chairs. He fixed a loose cabinet door. He avoided anything that might expose him. But the meditation center remained in his mind. Not the verse. The silence before the verse. The 5 minutes when no one required him to understand anything. One evening, Thomas found a note beneath his apartment door. It contained only an address and a time. No explanation. He recognized Helen's name at the bottom. The address belonged to the meditation center. Thomas almost threw the note away. Instead, he arrived at 6 the next morning. The building was quiet. Helen waited inside the kitchen. A pile of white cleaning cloths rested beside the sink. You wanted to see me? Thomas asked. Yes. I am not memorizing another verse. I know. Michael asked you to do this. No. Thomas looked at the cloths. What is this? Helen handed him one. Clean the tables. He stared at her. I clean things all day. Then you already know how. Is this punishment? No. What am I supposed to learn? Nothing yet. Thomas felt suspicious. Helen pointed toward the dining area. He began wiping the tables. They were already clean. He wiped them anyway. After several minutes, Helen said, "While you work, repeat 2 words." Thomas stopped. I told you. 2 words. I may forget them. Then I will remind you. What words? Removing dust. Thomas repeated them. Removing dust. He wiped a table. Removing dust. He moved to the next. The phrase remained. 2 words. An action he understood. Removing dust. Helen left him alone. Thomas continued for an hour. At first, the words felt meaningless. Then they settled into the movement of his hands. Wipe. Turn the cloth. Remove the dust. When Helen returned, the cloth had become grey. She held out a clean one. Continue. Thomas came back the next morning. Then the next. He cleaned tables before the center opened. Sometimes he remembered the words. Sometimes he did not. Helen always repeated them without impatience. She never added another line. Other students began arriving and saw Thomas cleaning. Some greeted him. Some walked past. Michael appeared on the 4th morning. Thomas's body tightened. Helen stopped him near the entrance. Not today. He is my brother. Today, he is my student. Michael looked toward Thomas. Thomas expected him to argue. He did not. He left. For several weeks, Thomas continued, removing dust. He wiped tables. He washed cups. He cleaned shelves. The cloth became dirty each morning. Thomas began noticing something strange. No matter how thoroughly he cleaned, dust returned. It did not mean the previous cleaning had failed. Dust was simply what gathered when a surface remained exposed. One morning, Thomas asked Helen, "Why do you make me say this? What do you think? The tables become dirty again." "Yes. So I am not removing dust. I am delaying it." Helen smiled slightly. Continue. Thomas became annoyed. "That is not an answer." "No." He returned to work, removing dust. A student entered while Thomas was cleaning and placed a bag on a table he had just wiped. Dirt fell from the bottom. Thomas felt anger rise. He wanted to tell the student to move it. Then he noticed the anger, the heat in his face, the tightness in his jaw, the sentence forming inside him. "People do not respect my work." He had experienced that thought thousands of times. At the retirement home, at school, with Michael, the thought appeared so quickly that it usually became the truth before he saw it. This time, he saw it arrive, a kind of dust, not because the anger was unreal, not because the student had acted carefully, but because something had gathered inside Thomas and covered the moment. He wiped the dirt away, removing dust. Later that morning, Michael arrived. Helen allowed him to enter. He approached Thomas carefully. "I owe you an apology." Thomas continued folding cloths. "For what?" "For helping you without asking whether you wanted help." Thomas said nothing. Michael continued. "I thought protecting you was love. Sometimes it was. Sometimes it was not." Thomas looked at him. Michael's eyes were wet. "I was afraid people would treat you badly." "They did." "I know. You could not stop that." "No." Thomas placed the cloth down. "You also made me feel like I could not speak for myself." Michael nodded. "I know that now." Thomas felt the old anger. He also felt the desire to make Michael suffer long enough to prove the apology mattered. He recognized that desire, more dust. He did not force it away. He saw it. Then he said, "I am still angry. I understand." "No, do not say that." Michael stopped. Thomas continued, "Just hear it." Michael nodded. "I hear it." They stood together. Nothing was fully repaired. No dramatic forgiveness arrived. But Thomas remained in the conversation without disappearing behind shame or letting Michael speak for him. That evening at work, A new supervisor handed Thomas a written safety procedure. "Read this and sign the bottom." Thomas's body reacted immediately. Heat, fear, the urge to pretend. He saw the familiar thoughts gather. He will think I am stupid. I will lose my job. I should make an excuse. Removing dust. Thomas looked at the supervisor. "I have difficulty reading documents like this. I need someone to go through it with me." The words felt heavier than the paper. The supervisor blinked. "All right." No laughter. No insult. She sat beside him and explained the procedure. Thomas asked questions. He understood every instruction. He signed his name. On the bus home, he cried. Not because the difficulty had disappeared. It had not. He cried because the secret had lost some of its power the moment he stopped protecting it. Thomas continued practicing with Helen. One morning, she placed the original 4-line verse beside him. His body tightened. "I cannot learn that." "I know." "Then why bring it?" "To show you something." She asked him to read the first line slowly. Thomas struggled through it. "All formed things gather dust and pass away." Helen asked, "What does it mean?" Thomas looked at the cloth in his hands. "The table gets dirty." "Yes." "You clean it, but it does not stay clean." "Yes." "Your mind does that too." Helen waited. "Anger comes." "Yes." "Shame comes." "Yes." "Fear comes." "Yes." Thomas touched the cloth. "And if I see it, I do not have to become it." Helen bowed her head. Thomas looked at the printed verse. He still could not recite it. He no longer needed to. Other students had memorized the words. Thomas had watched them happen. At the next group meeting, Helen asked Thomas to speak. He stood at the front with no notes. He looked toward the people who had once heard him fail. "I cannot remember the verse you learned." No one moved. "I tried." It would not stay. He held up the grey cloth. But this stayed. Thomas told them about dust. He described how it returned without asking permission. How cleaning was not proof that a surface would remain pure. How anger, fear, jealousy, and shame could settle inside the mind in the same way. He did not use difficult language. He did not quote a book. He spoke about a dirty table. Everyone understood. When he finished, the college student who had discussed the verse's original language raised her hand. "Can you repeat what you said about seeing anger before becoming it?" Thomas smiled. "No." A few people laughed gently. Thomas continued, "But I can show you tomorrow." The following morning, several students arrived early. Thomas gave each person a cloth. Michael stood among them. Helen remained near the doorway. Thomas pointed toward the tables. "Do not clean because you believe the dust is bad," he said. "Clean because you can see it." They began. No one recited the 4-line verse. Thomas moved from table to table, repeating the only teaching his mind had been able to hold, removing dust. By the end of the hour, every cloth was grey. Thomas looked at his hands. For most of his life, he had believed wisdom belonged to people who could remember more words than he could. He had mistaken memory for understanding and education for worth. The practice did not make him a different kind of mind. It taught him to stop hating the mind he had. Some people reach truth through books, arguments, and carefully remembered teachings. Others meet it through work they have performed 1,000 times without looking deeply. The path does not require every person to learn in the same way. It only asks for honest attention. Thomas could not carry 4 lines inside his memory, but he could hold one cloth, see one layer of dust, and recognize the moment something painful began settling over his heart. That morning, when the work was finished, Helen asked him the words again. Thomas looked at the clean tables. "Removing dust," he said. Then he placed the cloth down before the dust could become his name. Story 3. The Woman Who Lost Everyone. By noon, Laura Bennett had lost her husband and both children. By sunset, someone told her that her parents and younger brother were gone too. Before that day, Laura had believed there was a limit to how much pain one human mind could contain. She was wrong. Laura had grown up in Nashville, inside a family that planned everything. Her father, Charles Whitmore, owned several apartment buildings and a construction company. Her mother, Margaret, organized charity dinners, church events, family holidays, and most of Laura's decisions. Laura attended the schools her parents selected. She wore the clothes her mother approved. She studied business because her father believed music was an irresponsible degree. When Laura graduated, Charles prepared an office for her inside the company headquarters. He placed her name on the door before asking whether she wanted the job. Everyone described Laura as fortunate. She never worried about rent. Her car was reliable. Her future was protected. Protection did not feel like freedom. At 24, Laura fell in love with Daniel Bennett. Daniel worked for her father's company, repairing heating systems and maintaining older apartment buildings. He did not own a suit. He had left college after 1 year when his mother became ill. He lived in a small rental house and sent money to a younger sister in Knoxville. Daniel listened when Laura spoke. That was the first thing she loved about him. He did not tell her what her feelings meant. He did not translate every desire into a practical plan. When she said she wanted to sing again, he asked why she had stopped. When she said her parents would never understand their relationship, Daniel said, "Then let them misunderstand." Laura had never heard anyone speak about her parents without fear. They dated secretly for 8 months. When Charles discovered the relationship, he fired Daniel. Margaret told Laura that the attraction was a reaction to pressure. Charles called Daniel an opportunist. Laura's younger brother, Andrew, tried to defend her. Charles ordered him out of the room. That night, Laura packed 2 suitcases. She left her car because her father had purchased it. Daniel picked her up in an old truck. They married at a county courthouse 3 days later. For the first time, Laura made a decision no one could reverse for her. Her parents did not attend. Charles sent one message: "When you are ready to correct this mistake, call me." Laura deleted it. She and Daniel moved into a small house outside Cookeville, Tennessee. Their first year was difficult. Daniel worked for a heating and air conditioning company. Laura found a job at a dental office. They argued about money. They bought used furniture. They ate dinners from mismatched plates. When the refrigerator stopped working, Daniel repaired it with parts taken from 2 broken machines. Laura had never lived with so little. She had also never laughed so much. Their son, Owen, was born 2 years later. Laura sent a photograph to her mother. No reply came. She sent another on his first birthday, then another when he began walking. Her mother eventually answered with one sentence: "He has your eyes." Laura read the message many times. She wanted to call. Pride stopped her. Fear helped. She told herself her parents had rejected Daniel. Daniel told himself they would take Laura away if she reopened the door. Neither said those fears aloud. When Laura became pregnant again, she began dreaming about her childhood home. She imagined her mother holding the baby. She imagined Owen running through the rooms. She imagined her father refusing to smile, then smiling when no one watched. Laura wanted to return before the second child was born. Daniel resisted. "They have had 4 years to contact you," my mother answered. One sentence. It was something. "They treated me like I was trying to steal you." "You did not marry them." "No. I married you, and they acted like I had committed a crime." Laura placed one hand over her stomach. "I do not want this child growing up without grandparents because all of us are too proud to make a phone call." Daniel looked away. "What happens when your father tells you to leave me?" "I will not." "What happens when he offers you the life you had before?" "I do not want that life." "You say that now." Laura stared at him. Daniel immediately regretted the words. He apologized. The wound remained. During the final month of pregnancy, Laura called her mother. Margaret answered after 4 rings. Neither woman spoke at first. Then Margaret began crying. Laura cried too. The conversation lasted 11 minutes. They did not discuss Daniel. They did not discuss Charles. Margaret asked about Owen. Laura described the pregnancy. Before ending the call, Margaret said, "Come home." Laura looked toward Daniel, who was standing in the kitchen. I want to. Then come. Laura waited for her mother to add that Daniel was welcome. She did not. Laura asked, "All of us?" The silence answered first. Then Margaret said, "We will work through it." It was not an apology. It was more than Laura had received in 4 years. She agreed to visit the following weekend. Heavy rain began on Friday. Daniel wanted to postpone the trip. Laura refused. "If we wait, something else will happen. You are 9 months pregnant. The doctor said I can travel. The doctor did not see these roads. It is a 2-hour drive." Daniel looked toward Owen, who was asleep on the couch. "We go tomorrow morning. If the rain gets worse, we turn back." Laura agreed. By morning, several roads were closed. The main highway remained open. They left after breakfast. Laura carried a small bag for the baby. She had packed a yellow blanket Margaret had given her when she was born. She wanted her mother to recognize it. An hour into the drive, traffic stopped. Emergency crews redirected vehicles onto a county road because water had covered part of the highway. Daniel became tense. "We should turn around. We are closer to Nashville than home. We do not know these roads. There are other cars." "Laura, my mother is waiting." Daniel looked at her. He understood that the trip was no longer only a visit. Laura had spent 4 years wondering whether she still had a family. Turning back would feel like choosing the separation again. Daniel followed the line of vehicles. 30 minutes later, Laura felt the first contraction. She said nothing. The second came 8 minutes later. Daniel noticed her hand gripping the door. "What is happening?" "Nothing." "That was not nothing. It may stop." "Are you in labor?" "I do not know." "You have done this before." Owen was different. Daniel pulled the truck onto the shoulder. Laura looked at the water rising along the road. "We cannot stop here. I need to know how close the contractions are." Another contraction began. Laura closed her eyes. Daniel watched the clock. When it ended, she said, "We keep going." The vehicles ahead began turning around. A driver told Daniel that a bridge had flooded. There was an emergency shelter at an elementary school several miles east, but the direct road was blocked. Daniel tried another route. The truck reached a narrow crossing where water moved over the pavement. Several vehicles had passed through. Daniel stopped. "We are not crossing that." A man in another truck shouted that the water was shallow. Daniel watched him drive across safely. Laura cried out as another contraction tightened through her body. Owen woke in the back seat. "Mummy, I am all right." Daniel looked at the crossing again. He drove forward slowly. Halfway across, the truck shifted. Water pushed against the side. The engine stopped. Daniel tried to restart it. Nothing happened. The truck moved several inches downstream. Daniel unbuckled his seatbelt. "We have to get out." He carried Owen. Laura held the baby bag and moved through water that reached above her knees. The contraction returned before she reached the other side. She nearly fell. Daniel pulled her forward. They climbed onto higher ground. No houses were visible nearby. Daniel checked his phone. There was no signal. Laura bent forward. "I think the baby is coming." "Now," she shouted at him. "Yes, now." Daniel searched for shelter. An abandoned service building stood several hundred yards away. One of its doors was unlocked. Inside were empty shelves, broken chairs, and a storage room with a dry floor. Daniel spread his jacket beneath Laura. Owen stood near the wall crying. Laura's labor advanced quickly. There was no time for help. Daniel had attended Owen's birth, but he had spent most of it holding Laura's hand while medical professionals worked. Now there were no professionals. Laura told him what to do. Daniel followed her instructions with shaking hands. Their daughter was born 43 minutes later. She cried immediately. The sound filled the building. Laura held her against her chest. Daniel began laughing and crying at the same time. Owen approached carefully. "Is that my sister?" Laura nodded. "Her name is Emily." Daniel looked at her. They had discussed several names. Emily had not been one of them. "My mother's middle name," Laura explained. Daniel understood. He kissed Laura's forehead. For a few minutes, the storm, the flooded road, and the broken truck disappeared beneath the fact that their daughter was alive. Then Laura began shivering. Daniel found an old plastic sheet and used it to block part of the doorway. The building grew colder. Emily needed medical care. Laura needed medical care. Daniel decided to search for help. "No," Laura said. "I saw a house before the crossing. The water is rising. I will stay on high ground. Wait until morning. We do not know what morning will bring." Laura held Emily tighter. "Do not leave us." Daniel crouched beside her. "I am going to bring someone back. Promise." "Yes." "Do not cross the water." "I will not." He kissed Owen. Then he kissed Emily's head. He gave Laura his sweater and walked out. Laura watched from the doorway until she could no longer see him. 1 hour passed, then 2. Daniel did not return. Laura called his name until her throat hurt. No answer came. By sunrise, the rain had weakened. Emily had stopped crying and slept against Laura's chest. Owen asked when his father was coming back. "Soon," Laura said. She repeated the word until she no longer believed it. Laura could not remain inside the building. She wrapped Emily in the yellow blanket. She held Owen's hand and followed the direction Daniel had gone. They found his body near a drainage culvert. His jacket had caught against a fence. Mud covered his face. Laura placed Emily on the ground and ran to him. She turned him over. His eyes were open. She called his name. She pressed against his chest. She struck him. She begged him to wake up. Owen stood several feet away. "Mummy, what is wrong with Daddy?" Laura could not answer. Daniel had stepped near a drainage channel hidden beneath the floodwater. The current had pulled him under. He had promised not to cross the water. He had not known the water was crossing beneath him. Laura knelt beside his body until Emily began crying. The sound forced her to move. She closed Daniel's eyes. She removed his wedding ring because she could not bear to leave it there. Then she took both children and continued toward the road. Laura believed the elementary school shelter was on the other side of a flooded creek. The water appeared lower than it had during the night. A section of guardrail extended across part of the channel. Laura could not carry both children safely. She made a decision. First, she would carry Emily across. Then she would return for Owen. She placed Owen on the bank. "You stay here. I want to come. I will be back in 1 minute. Do not leave me." "I am not leaving you. I am taking your sister first." Owen began crying. Laura held his face between her hands. "Do not move. No matter what happens, stay here." He nodded. Laura carried Emily against her chest. She moved slowly through the water, holding the guardrail with one hand. The current pressed against her legs. She nearly slipped twice. When she reached the opposite side, she placed Emily inside the baby carrier on a dry section of pavement. The child remained wrapped in the yellow blanket. Laura turned toward Owen. He stood where she had left him. "I am coming," she shouted. She stepped back into the water. Halfway across, she heard metal scraping behind her. Laura turned. A damaged road sign had broken loose upstream. It struck the pavement near Emily. The baby carrier tipped. The water caught it. Laura screamed. "No." She moved toward Emily. The current pushed the carrier away. Laura released the guardrail. She took one step downstream. Then she remembered Owen. She turned back. Owen was entering the water. He had heard his mother scream and believed she was calling him. "Stay there," Laura shouted. He continued. "I am coming, Mummy." "No, Owen." His foot slipped. He fell. Laura lunged toward him. Her fingers touched his sleeve. The fabric pulled free. Owen disappeared beneath the water. Laura screamed his name. She moved downstream, striking the surface with both hands. For one moment, she saw his face. Then the current turned him away. Behind her, the yellow blanket floated free from the baby carrier. Laura moved between them, her son in one direction, her newborn daughter in the other. She tried to reach both. She reached neither. People from the shelter found her nearly an hour later. She was standing waist-deep in the creek, calling the names of her children. 2 men pulled her out. Laura fought them. "My babies are there." Emergency workers searched downstream. They found Emily first. They found Owen later that afternoon. Laura was taken to the shelter. A nurse examined her. Someone gave her dry clothing. Someone asked for Daniel's name. Someone asked whether they should contact her family. Laura remembered why they had begun the trip. "My parents." A volunteer found the address. The woman's face changed when she saw it. She spoke privately with another worker. Laura noticed. "What happened?" The volunteer tried to guide her toward a chair. "Tell me." "There was a collapse in that neighborhood." "What collapse?" "Several houses were damaged. My parents live there." "I know. My brother lives with them." The volunteer lowered her voice. "Emergency crews found 3 people inside the house." Laura stared at her. "No, I am sorry. No. My mother is waiting for me." The volunteer reached for her. Laura stepped back. "My mother told me to come home." "Laura, she is waiting." The volunteer began crying. Laura looked around the shelter. Daniel was dead. Owen was dead. Emily was dead. Her father was dead. Her mother was dead. Andrew was dead. The facts entered her mind but did not remain connected. Each one appeared for a moment, then separated from meaning. Laura began laughing. People turned toward her. She laughed louder. Her hands pulled at the borrowed sweater. She said the clothes did not belong to her. She removed them. A nurse tried to cover her with a blanket. Laura screamed and tore it away. She ran from the shelter barefoot. For the next 3 days, Laura moved through emergency centers, hospital corridors, parking lots, and damaged neighborhoods. She asked strangers whether they had seen Owen. She carried an empty baby blanket she found near a donation table. She called it Emily. When police officers approached, she ran. When people offered food, she dropped it. Someone recorded her walking through a grocery store, crying for her mother. The video spread online. Thousands of strangers watched the worst moment of Laura's life through their phones. Some expressed sympathy. Some made jokes. Laura knew none of this. Her mind had removed the border between memory and the present. Daniel was still searching for help. Owen was still waiting beside the water. Emily was still inside the carrier. Her mother was still expecting her. Laura only needed to find the correct road. On the 4th morning, she entered a disaster relief center inside a community college. A volunteer attempted to stop her. Laura pushed past him. A Buddhist chaplain named Evelyn Cho was speaking with a group of displaced families. People turned when Laura entered. Her hair was tangled. Her feet were bleeding. She held the empty blanket against her chest. Several workers moved toward her. Evelyn raised one hand. "Do not touch her." Laura walked into the center of the room. "Have you seen my children?" No one answered. Laura looked at Evelyn. "My son is 5. His name is Owen. My baby is wrapped in yellow." Evelyn stood. Laura, hearing her name, stopped her. "How do you know me?" "The shelter sent your information." "Then you know where my family is?" "Yes." Laura approached quickly. "Take me to them." Evelyn did not move. "Your husband died." Laura shook her head. "Your children died." "No. Your parents and brother died." "Stop." Evelyn's voice remained steady. "They are gone." Laura struck her across the face. The sound filled the room. Several people stepped forward. Evelyn raised her hand again. Laura struck her a second time. "You are lying." Evelyn looked at her. "I wish I were." Laura raised her hand again. It stopped in the air. Her body began shaking. Evelyn said, "Laura, look at me." Laura's eyes moved wildly. "Look at me." Their eyes met. Evelyn spoke slowly. "You are here." Laura shook her head. "Feel your feet. They hurt." "Yes." "Why do they hurt?" "Because you have been walking." "I have to find them." "You cannot find them by walking." Laura pressed the blanket against her chest. "My baby needs me." Evelyn stepped closer. "Your baby is gone." The room tilted inside Laura's mind. She lowered herself to the floor. Evelyn crouched in front of her. Laura whispered, "Everyone?" "Yes." "My mother?" "Yes." "My father?" "Yes." "Andrew?" "Yes." "Daniel?" "Yes." "Owen?" "Yes." Laura looked at the blanket. "Emily?" Evelyn's voice softened. "Yes." The blanket fell from Laura's hands. A sound came from her body that no one in the room forgot. It did not sound like crying. It sounded like a structure collapsing. Laura bent forward until her forehead touched the floor. Evelyn covered her with a clean blanket. This time, Laura did not tear it away. She remained on the floor for nearly an hour. No one asked her to become calm. No one told her that everything happened for a reason. No one said her family was in a better place. Evelyn stayed beside her. When Laura finally looked up, she asked, "Why am I still alive?" Evelyn answered, "I do not know." Laura expected a spiritual explanation. None came. "What am I supposed to do?" "Breathe once." "That will not bring them back." "No." "Then what is the point?" "It keeps you here for the next breath." "I do not want to be here." "I know." Laura inhaled. The breath broke into a sob. Evelyn waited. Laura breathed again. For several weeks, Laura remained under psychiatric care. She woke, screaming. She searched beneath her bed for Emily. She stood near doors waiting for Daniel. She called nurses by her mother's name. Some days, she remembered everything. Those days were worse. Evelyn visited regularly. She never asked Laura to let go. Laura hated that phrase. People used it as though love were an object she had stubbornly refused to put down. One afternoon, Laura said, "Everyone keeps telling me I have to accept it." Evelyn sat beside her. "What do you think acceptance means? That I stop wanting them back?" "No." "That I say what happened is natural?" "No." "That I become peaceful?" "No." Laura looked at her. "Then what is it?" "Knowing which moment you are standing in." Laura became angry. "I know what moment this is. Sometimes you are still beside the creek." Laura looked away. "Sometimes I am." "What happens when you are there?" "I try to reach them." "Do you ever reach them?" "No." "Then return when you can." "To what?" Evelyn touched the chair. "This." Laura felt the fabric beneath her fingers, the floor beneath her feet, air entering her lungs. None of it was enough. It was what remained. Months passed. Laura moved into a residential recovery home for women who had experienced severe loss and trauma. The home followed a simple routine: wake, eat, clean, attend therapy, rest. The routine angered Laura at first. How could anyone make a schedule after the world had ended? Yet each repeated action gave her body a place to return. One morning, Laura was assigned to wash the entrance steps. She filled a bucket and poured a small amount of water over the first step. The water traveled a few inches and stopped. She poured again. The second stream moved farther before disappearing into a crack. She poured a third time. That stream crossed the entire step and entered the drain. Laura stopped. 3 streams. One ended almost immediately. One traveled farther. One continued beyond her sight. Emily had lived for less than a day. Owen had lived 5 years. Daniel had lived 31. Her parents had lived longer. No one had been promised the same distance. Laura sat on the step. She poured water again. Every stream ended. The length changed. The ending did not. Evelyn found her there. Laura pointed toward the water. "I kept asking why Emily had so little time." Evelyn sat beside her. "Do you have an answer?" "No." Laura poured another cup. "But I see that more time would not have made her permanent." Evelyn remained silent. Laura began crying. Not the violent crying that had torn through her at the relief center. This grief moved differently. It did not demand that the water reverse direction. It did not insist that the stream return to the bucket. Laura placed her palm against the wet step. "I loved them. Yes. I still love them. Yes. And they are gone. Yes." For the first time, all 3 sentences remained true inside her at once. Years later, Laura began assisting at the same recovery home. She worked with women who had lost children, partners, parents, homes, and former versions of themselves. She never told them she understood exactly how they felt. Pain did not become identical simply because people used the same word. She did not tell them to move on. She did not tell them to be grateful for what remained. When a grieving mother asked how long the pain would last, Laura answered honestly, "I do not know." When another woman said she could not survive the next year, Laura asked, "Can you remain for this breath?" Sometimes the woman said no. Laura stayed anyway. On the anniversary of the flood, Laura returned to the creek. A memorial plaque carried 6 names: Daniel Bennett, Owen Bennett, Emily Bennett, Charles Whitmore, Margaret Whitmore, Andrew Whitmore. Laura touched each one. She did not ask why her name was missing. She no longer treated survival as evidence that she had been chosen or punished. She stood before the names because she was alive. That was neither a reward nor a betrayal. It was the moment in which she found herself. Laura poured a small cup of water onto the ground. The stream moved forward. It did not travel far. It disappeared into the earth. Laura opened her hand. She did not chase it. The Buddhist teaching of impermanence does not ask us to love less because everything changes. It asks us to see that love and permanence were never the same promise. Acceptance does not mean approving of loss, forgetting the dead, or becoming untouched by grief. It means recognizing which moment is here, and which moment can no longer be entered. Laura could not return to the creek and save her children. She could not reach the house before it collapsed. She could only meet the breath that remained. When we stop demanding that the stream flow backward, our pain may still be deep, but it no longer carries us endlessly away from the life that is still beneath our feet. Story 4. The man who had not stopped. The most wanted man in Montana had escaped police helicopters, armed officers, and 3 separate manhunts. Then an unarmed 68-year-old meditation teacher walked toward him, and the fugitive could not make him stop. Aaron Keller had killed 11 people. That was the number investigators could prove. There may have been others. Newspapers called him the highway collector because he took something from every person he attacked. A watch, a ring, a key, a small photograph, an identification card. Aaron kept the objects inside a canvas bag tied beneath his jacket. He believed that when the bag held 100 objects, he would finally become untouchable. The idea had not begun with him. It had been placed inside his mind by the first person who ever made him feel intelligent. Aaron grew up in a small town in western Pennsylvania. His mother, Rebecca, worked nights at a nursing home. His father left before Aaron turned 6. People remembered Aaron as a quiet child. He rarely fought. He carried injured animals home. He once remained beside a dying dog for 3 hours because he did not want it to be alone. Rebecca named him after her grandfather and told him that kindness was the only inheritance she could afford to give. Aaron believed her. He earned good grades. He avoided trouble. He wanted to become a physician. At 19, he received a scholarship to a private college in Ohio. It was the first time he had lived among people who had grown up with money. His classmates understood references Aaron had never heard. They knew how to speak to professors. They knew which internships mattered. They owned clothes that appeared simple, but cost more than Rebecca earned in a month. Aaron learned quickly. He listened before speaking. He worked harder than everyone around him. By his 2nd year, he had become one of the strongest students in his program. That was when he met Dr. Victor Sloan. Sloan taught behavioral psychology. His classes were full, months before registration opened. Students described him as brilliant, fearless, and impossible to impress. He had written books about obedience, identity, and the hidden violence beneath civilized behavior. Aaron admired him immediately. Sloan noticed. He invited Aaron to assist with research. The work began normally. Aaron organized interviews. He entered data. He studied how people responded to authority. Sloan praised his discipline. "You see what others miss," he told him. No professor had ever spoken to Aaron that way. Sloan became more than a teacher. He became the father Aaron had spent years pretending he did not need. They ate dinner together. They discussed morality. Sloane asked about Rebecca. He asked about Aaron's childhood. He asked what it felt like to enter a world where everyone else seemed to know rules that had never been explained. Aaron answered honestly. Sloane listened without interrupting. Then the experiments changed. Sloane began conducting private sessions that were not listed in university records. He told Aaron the official ethics system was designed by timid people. He said great discoveries required courage. Participants were pressured, humiliated, and manipulated. Aaron became uncomfortable. Sloane explained that discomfort was evidence the experiment had reached something real. You want to help people, Sloane said, but you still believe help must always feel kind. Should it not? That is a child's idea of goodness. Aaron looked toward the observation window. A frightened student sat alone in the testing room. Sloane continued. Surgeons cut people open. Parents allow children to suffer through discipline. Nations send young men into war. Pain and cruelty are not the same. Aaron wanted to believe him. Sloane had given him purpose. Questioning Sloane felt like returning to the boy who did not understand the room. So Aaron remained. Several students complained. One accused Aaron of altering records. He denied it. The documents had been changed, but Sloane had instructed him to make the changes. When university officials investigated, Sloane claimed Aaron had acted alone. He produced messages. He produced signed forms. He produced evidence that made Aaron appear obsessed and unstable. Aaron was expelled. His scholarship disappeared. The medical career he had imagined ended in one meeting. He called Sloane repeatedly. The professor did not answer. Aaron traveled to Sloane's home and waited outside. When Sloane finally arrived, Aaron stepped in front of his car. You said we were doing important work. Sloane remained behind the wheel. We were. You told them I changed the records. You did change them. You told me to. Can you prove that? Aaron stared at him. Sloane lowered the window. You wanted to be exceptional. This is the cost. You destroyed my life. No. Sloane's voice became cold. I showed you what your life was worth when one institution stopped protecting it. Aaron's hands began shaking. Tell them the truth. Why? Because I trusted you. That was your decision. Aaron stepped closer. Sloane looked at him with no trace of the man who had once invited him to dinner. You still want permission to believe you are good, he said. That is why you are weak. Aaron's face changed. Sloane saw it. Then he smiled. You can prove me wrong. How? Become someone no one can use. Aaron waited. Sloane leaned closer to the open window. Stop needing the world to call you innocent. The car moved forward. Aaron stepped aside. For weeks, he slept in his truck. He was ashamed to return home. Rebecca knew he had been expelled, but did not know why. Aaron told her there had been a misunderstanding. She offered to help him find an attorney. He refused. He still believed Sloane might repair the damage. Then he received a package. Inside was a notebook. The first page contained one sentence written in Sloane's handwriting. A person becomes free when nothing remains that can be taken from him. The rest of the notebook described a private theory Sloane had discussed during their research. He claimed moral identity was a prison created through social dependence. People behaved well because they feared losing approval, status, relationships, and belonging. A truly free person, he argued, would become capable of crossing every moral boundary without hesitation. The final pages described a test. Take one meaningful object from 100 people at the moment they understand they have no power over you. Aaron read the sentence many times. The instructions did not explicitly say to kill anyone. They did not need to. Sloane had planted the direction carefully enough to deny responsibility later. Aaron understood this. He also understood that Sloane was still watching, still testing, still waiting to see whether the student he had discarded would remain weak. Aaron took the first object from a man outside a gas station. He only intended to frighten him. The man resisted. The struggle ended, before Aaron understood what he had done. He took the man's watch. For 2 days, Aaron vomited whenever he looked at it. He considered surrendering. Then he remembered Sloane's voice. "You still want permission to believe you are good." Aaron placed the watch inside a canvas bag. The second attack came more easily. The third came easier still. Soon, fear became something he recognized in other people before they spoke. It gave him the feeling Sloane had once given him. Control. He moved west. He avoided cities. He slept in abandoned buildings and vehicles. He selected people traveling alone. He never remained long. Authorities connected several attacks through the missing personal objects. The newspapers created a name, the Highway Collector. Aaron hated it. Then he began to enjoy hearing it. A name, created by fear, was still a name. Sloane sent no messages. Aaron interpreted the silence as another test. He filled the bag. 11 watches, 8 rings, 6 sets of keys, 4 wallets, photographs, bracelets, necklaces, tokens from lives he had interrupted. The total reached 97. Aaron needed 3 more. By then, his face had appeared across the country. Police searched highways, rural properties, campgrounds, and bus stations. Aaron stopped sleeping for more than 2 hours at a time. He heard engines and assumed they belonged to officers. He saw strangers looking in his direction and imagined recognition. Freedom had become a road with no safe place to stop. Rebecca followed every report. At first, she rejected the possibility that the man in the photographs was her son. Then police showed her evidence. A fingerprint. A university identification card found near one scene. A witness who recognized Aaron's voice. Rebecca sat at her kitchen table while 2 agents explained what he had done. "He was kind," she said. Neither agent contradicted her. "He wanted to help people." One agent lowered his eyes. Rebecca looked at the photograph again. The face was thinner. A beard covered part of it. The eyes belonged to someone who expected every movement to become an attack. "That is my son," she whispered. She asked what would happen if police found him. The agents answered carefully. They wanted him alive, but Aaron was considered armed and dangerous. Rebecca understood the words they did not say. If he resisted, officers might kill him. She began making public appeals. "Aaron, please come home." News networks played the recordings. "I know you are afraid." Commentators called her naive. Victims' families called her worse. Rebecca did not defend herself. "I am not saying you did nothing wrong. I am saying you are still my son." Aaron watched one appeal on a television inside a closed roadside diner. He almost broke the screen. His mother looked older. Her hair had become grey near the temples. She spoke directly into the camera. "You do not have to keep becoming the worst thing you have done." Aaron turned off the television. He told himself Rebecca was another chain, another person trying to return him to weakness. Yet her voice followed him. 2 weeks later, authorities received information that Aaron was hiding in an isolated section of Montana. Roads were closed. Search teams entered the area. Rebecca heard the report and purchased a plane ticket. The federal agents told her not to come. She came anyway. At the airport, she met a Buddhist teacher named David Chen. David was returning from a prison retreat where he had taught meditation to incarcerated men. He wore ordinary clothes. He carried a small canvas suitcase and a paper cup of tea. Rebecca was speaking to an airline employee when her voice broke. "My son is going to die before I reach him." David stood nearby. He did not interrupt. After the employee walked away, he asked whether Rebecca needed help. She showed him Aaron's photograph. Most people reacted when they recognized the face. David did not. "You know who he is?" Rebecca asked. "Yes." "Then you know what he did." "I know what has been reported." "He is my son." David nodded. "I am going to find him." "Do the authorities know?" "They told me to stay away." "Will you?" "No." David looked at her for a long moment. "Then you should not go alone." Rebecca stared at him. "You do not know me." "No." "You do not know Aaron." "No." "He may hurt you." "Yes." Then why would you come? David looked at the paper cup in his hands. Because fear has already sent enough people toward your son. Rebecca did not understand. She allowed him to travel with her. They rented a car. Police blocked the final road. An officer recognized Rebecca and ordered her to leave. She refused. David spoke with the incident commander. He explained his work with violent offenders. The commander was unimpressed. This is not a counseling session. I know. Keller has killed 11 people. I know. He has fired at officers. I know. You walk toward him. He may kill you. Yes. The commander became angry. Do you think being calm makes bullets less real? No. Then what exactly are you offering? David looked toward Rebecca. One person he may speak to before another person decides for him. The commander refused permission. Rebecca waited until the officers became occupied with a new report. Then she walked away from the command area. David followed. They reached an old service road beyond the police line. Rebecca called Aaron's name. No answer came. They continued. After nearly an hour, David stopped. Stay here. No. If he sees both of us, he may believe you were brought as a trap. I am his mother. That is why you should stay. Rebecca's eyes filled. I left him alone when he needed me. You did not know. I should have. You cannot correct the past by walking into his weapon. She looked at him. What are you going to say? I do not know. That is not enough. It will have to be. David handed her his phone. He continued alone. Aaron saw him from inside an abandoned maintenance building. The old man walked without looking around nervously. No uniform. No visible weapon. No body armor. Aaron watched him through a broken section of wall. He assumed the man was lost. Then David called his name. Aaron Keller. Aaron raised his rifle. David continued walking. Stop. David did not stop. Aaron stepped outside. I said stop. David kept moving at the same pace. Aaron moved toward him. The distance between them seemed to remain unchanged. David was not moving quickly. Aaron increased his pace. The teacher continued walking. Aaron's breath became heavy. He had spent days without proper food or sleep. His legs weakened. Still, the old man remained several yards ahead. Stop! David stopped. Aaron nearly collided with him. The rifle pointed toward David's chest. The teacher looked at it. Then at Aaron. You made me chase you. David's breathing was calm. I was walking. I told you to stop. I stopped many years ago. Aaron's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? I stopped building my life around harming myself and others. David looked at the rifle. You have not stopped. Aaron's finger moved near the trigger. You know nothing about me. I know you are tired. Everyone is tired. Not like this. Aaron's face hardened. You came here to save me. No. Then why? To prevent you from becoming the next thing you are about to do. Aaron laughed. You think a sentence can change anything? No. You think I feel guilty? Yes. The answer came too quickly. Aaron raised the rifle higher. You are not afraid. I am. You do not look afraid. That is because fear is not holding the weapon. Aaron stared at him. Most people begged. Others became angry. Some tried to reason. David did none of these things. He stood as though Aaron's fear did not require obedience from both of them. Who sent you? Aaron asked. Your mother. Aaron's expression changed. She is here. Yes. You brought her. She brought herself. Aaron looked behind David. She should not have come. She believes you are in danger. Aaron laughed again. I am the danger. David nodded. Yes. The agreement disturbed him. You are supposed to tell me I am not a bad person. I do not know what kind of person you are. You know what I did. I know some of it. Then you know. I know what you did. That is not the same as knowing everything you are. Aaron's grip tightened. That is what she said. Your mother? Aaron looked away. David noticed the canvas bag beneath his jacket. What are you carrying? Nothing. It sounds heavy. Aaron's hand moved protectively toward the bag. David waited. After several seconds, Aaron opened it. He dropped the objects onto the road. Metal struck the ground. Watches, rings, keys, necklaces, photographs. Each object belonged to a moment someone else had wanted to survive. David looked at them. No horror appeared on his face. No fascination either. "You know what these are?" Aaron asked. "Yes. I need 3 more." "For what?" "To finish." "What will finish?" Aaron looked at him as though the answer should be obvious. "Everything." David shook his head. "No, you do not know. You have 97 reasons to know." Aaron's face tightened. David continued. "The first one did not finish anything." Aaron looked at the watch lying near his boot. "The 10th did not finish anything." "Stop." "The 50th did not finish anything." "I said stop. The 97th brought you here." Aaron swung the rifle and struck David across the shoulder. The teacher fell. Rebecca heard the sound from farther down the road. She began moving toward them. David pushed himself upright. Blood appeared near his mouth. Aaron pointed the rifle again. "You should be begging." David wiped his lip. "Would that help you stop?" Aaron could not answer. David slowly stood. "Aaron, your mother is walking toward us. Tell her to go back." "You tell her." "I cannot." "Why?" Aaron's voice broke. "Because she still thinks she knows me." David looked directly at him. "She knows the child you were. He is dead." "No, I killed him first." David shook his head. "You have been trying to kill him for years." Aaron's eyes filled with rage. He was weak. He was kind. Kindness made him weak. "Someone taught you that." Aaron froze. David saw the change. "Who?" Aaron looked away. "No one." "Who taught you that goodness was dependence?" Aaron said nothing. "Who gave you the number?" The rifle lowered slightly. David continued. "Who made violence sound like freedom?" "Stop talking." "Who is still watching you from inside your own mind?" Aaron struck him again. David fell to one knee. This time, Aaron did not raise the rifle. Rebecca appeared at the end of the road. "Aaron." He turned. His mother stopped several yards away. She looked at the objects on the ground, then at David, then at her son. Aaron stepped backward. "You should not be here." Rebecca's hands shook. "I know. Police followed you." "No, they are close." "Yes, they will kill me." "Put down the gun." Aaron looked at David. "You planned this." "No, you brought her here to make me weak." David stood slowly. "She was already your mother before I arrived." Aaron turned toward Rebecca. "You do not know what I have done." "I know enough." "No, I know people are dead." "You cannot forgive that." Rebecca's face collapsed. "I did not come to forgive what you did." "Then why?" "To stop you from adding one more mother to this." Aaron looked at the rifle. Rebecca took one step. He raised it. "Do not come closer." She stopped. "I watched the news," she said. "I listened to the names." Aaron's jaw tightened. "I saw their families." "Stop." "I heard a woman describe her husband." "Stop." "I heard a boy talk about his father." I said stop. Rebecca began crying. "I am not saying this to punish you." "Then why?" "Because they were people before they became objects in your bag." Aaron's breathing became uneven. Rebecca looked at the scattered possessions. "You know that." "No." "You do." "No." "You remember every face." Aaron screamed at her to be quiet. The rifle shook. David stepped between them. Aaron pointed it at his chest. "Move." "No." "I will shoot you." "You may." "Move." David remained. "I have not stopped," Aaron whispered. "No, I cannot. That is not true. You think I can walk away from this?" "No." "Then what do you mean?" "You can stop walking farther into it." Sirens sounded in the distance. Aaron looked toward the road, his body prepared to run. He knew the pattern. Take the bag, find another vehicle, move before the perimeter closed, run until another road appeared. David saw the decision forming. "You have escaped every place except the one you carry." Aaron looked at him. "The police will put me in prison." "Yes, for the rest of my life." "Possibly. People will hate me. Yes, I may never see my mother again. Yes. Each answer removed another false promise. David did not offer freedom from consequences. He offered only an end to the next harm. Aaron's eyes moved toward Rebecca. What happens if I put it down? She answered, I do not know. He looked at David. The teacher gave the same answer. I do not know. Aaron laughed through his tears. No one knows anything. David nodded. That is why the next action matters. Police vehicles approached. Commands sounded through loudspeakers. Aaron raised the rifle. Officers moved into position. Rebecca shouted his name. David remained between Aaron and the road. Move, Aaron said. No, they will shoot you too. Then put it down. Aaron's entire body trembled. The rifle had carried him through roadblocks, houses, and the final seconds of 11 lives. Without it, he would become a frightened man, standing beside a bag of stolen objects. With it, he still knew who he was. Rebecca spoke quietly. You do not have to keep proving him right. Aaron looked at her. Who? The teacher who made you believe you were nothing without his approval. Aaron's face changed. Rebecca had learned about Sloan from investigators. He used you, she said. Aaron shook his head. He showed me the truth. No. He found your wound and called it a doorway. Aaron's mouth opened. No words came. Police ordered him to drop the weapon. David spoke one final time. Aaron, I have stopped. Aaron looked at him. Stop with me. The rifle lowered. For several seconds, it remained in Aaron's hands. Then he opened his fingers. The weapon struck the road. Officers rushed forward. They forced Aaron to the ground. They restrained his arms. Rebecca tried to reach him. An officer held her back. Aaron did not resist. His face pressed against the pavement. The scattered objects lay within view. For the first time, they did not appear like proof of power. They appeared small, ordinary. A watch someone had worn to work. A key someone expected to use again. A ring given during a promise. A photograph folded by a person who wanted to remember another face. Aaron began repeating one sentence. I stopped. An officer ordered him to remain silent. Aaron continued. I stopped. David stood nearby, holding his injured shoulder. He knew Aaron was wrong. Putting down the rifle was not the end of stopping. It was the first moment. Aaron received 11 life sentences without the possibility of parole. The courtroom was filled with victims' families. Some asked that he never be allowed to experience comfort again. Some demanded the harshest conditions possible. One man said Aaron had ended every future his daughter should have lived. Aaron listened. He had been instructed by his attorney not to react. He ignored the advice. When the families spoke, he looked at them, not to ask forgiveness, not to prove remorse, to allow each person to exist beyond the object he had taken. After sentencing, Aaron was transferred to a maximum security prison. The first year was violent. Other prisoners knew his name. Some wanted to challenge him. Some wanted to punish him. One man threw boiling water at him. Another struck him with a food tray. Aaron fought back at first. The old reflex remained. Threat, control, survive. David began visiting once a month. They spoke through thick glass. During the first visit, Aaron asked, "Why did you say you had stopped?" David touched the telephone receiver. "Because I once lived in anger." "You killed people?" "No." "Then it is not the same." "No." Aaron waited. David continued, "I kept harming people and calling it honesty. I believed every angry thought deserved action. That is not what I did." "No." "Then stop comparing us." "I am not comparing our consequences." "What are you comparing?" "The movement." Aaron frowned. "What movement?" "The moment pain becomes permission." Aaron looked away. David instructed him to follow one breath. Aaron laughed. "You walked into a rifle to teach me breathing. I walked into a rifle to ask you to stop. Breathing is what comes after." Aaron tried meditation. It was unbearable. The faces appeared immediately. He opened his eyes. "I cannot do this." You are doing it. I see them. Yes, they hate me. You do not know what the dead are thinking. They should hate me. Perhaps. What am I supposed to say to them? Nothing. Ask forgiveness. No. Apologize. Not inside your imagination. Aaron became angry. Then why sit? So you stop using even their memory to create another story about yourself. The sentence cut deeply. Aaron had made himself the center of every victim's final moment. His fear, his guilt, his punishment. David asked him to remember that each person had possessed an entire life before Aaron entered it. A favorite meal, a childhood nickname, a person they called when afraid, an ordinary morning they did not know would be their last. Aaron began writing their names. He requested court records and public statements. He learned what families had chosen to share. He did not contact them. He did not ask them to participate in his transformation. He did not send letters that might force them to carry his remorse. He wrote privately, one page for each person, not how they died, how they had lived. Years passed. Aaron's mother visited twice each year. Their conversations were difficult. Rebecca loved him. She did not comfort him by minimizing what he had done. One day, Aaron asked why she continued coming. You have other things you could do. Yes. People judge you for visiting me. Yes. Then why? Rebecca looked at him through the glass. Because loving you is not the same as approving of you. Aaron lowered his eyes. I do not deserve it. That is not how love works. It should be. Then it would only be payment. Aaron looked at her. Rebecca continued, I cannot free you from what you did. I can refuse to add abandonment to it. Aaron pressed one hand against the glass. Rebecca placed hers opposite it. During his 8th year in prison, Aaron was assigned to the medical unit as a cleaner. Many staff members objected. A supervisor named Carol Evans agreed to monitor him. Carol was pregnant with her first child. She treated Aaron professionally, not warmly, not cruelly. One afternoon, she collapsed near the supply room. A medical emergency had begun. The unit went into confusion. Nurses moved her onto a stretcher. Carol was conscious and terrified. Her husband was still several hours away. She saw Aaron standing against the wall. Do not leave, she said. A correctional officer stepped between them. He needs to return to his cell. Carol gripped the side of the stretcher. No. Aaron stared at her. She barely knew him. Perhaps she only wanted one familiar face. The officer looked toward the nurse. The nurse allowed Aaron to remain near the doorway under guard. Carol cried as the medical team prepared her for transport. The baby is too early. No one offered guarantees. Carol looked toward Aaron. Say something. He froze her. What could a man responsible for death say beside a woman afraid for a new life? David's teachings disappeared. Every sentence felt false. Carol reached toward him. Please. Aaron stepped closer. A nurse warned him not to touch her. He kept his hands at his sides. I do not know what will happen, he said. Carol began crying harder. Aaron continued. But I know this moment is not the next moment. She looked at him. You are here now. Her breathing slowed slightly. The medical team is here now. He remembered David standing before the rifle. You do not have to live the whole future before they open the door. Carol nodded. Aaron remained until she was taken away. Her daughter was born that evening. Both survived. Carol returned to work months later. She found Aaron cleaning the same hallway. Do you remember what you said? Yes. It helped. Aaron looked down. I am glad. Carol waited. You saved me from panic. Aaron shook his head. I stayed near the door. That mattered. He struggled to receive the words. Part of him wanted to transform them into evidence that he had become good. Another part wanted to reject them because accepting gratitude felt like betrayal. He recognized both movements. He returned to the floor he was cleaning. Thank you for telling me, he said. David visited the following week. Aaron described what happened. Does helping her balance anything? He asked. No. Does it prove I changed? No. Does it mean anything? Yes. Aaron waited. David continued. It means she was afraid, and you did not make the moment about yourself. Aaron sat quietly. The answer was enough. Decades later, Aaron remained in prison. His hair turned grey, his body slowed. New prisoners arrived who knew his name only from old documentaries. Some asked whether he was the highway collector. Aaron answered yes. Some wanted details. He refused. Some believed he possessed secret knowledge about violence. He told them violence was usually less mysterious than people wanted it to be. Pain became blame. Blame became permission. Permission became action. Action became identity. Then identity demanded repetition. One young prisoner asked, "How do you break it?" Aaron thought of the road, the rifle, David's bleeding lip, his mother's trembling hands. You stop before the next step. What if I already went too far? You still stop before the next one. What if people never forgive me? You stop anyway. What if I never forgive myself? You stop anyway. What if stopping does not fix anything? Aaron looked at him. It will not. The prisoner waited. Then why? Because the next person should not have to pay for what the last moment made you feel. Aaron eventually began leading a weekly sitting group. He did not call himself a teacher. He placed chairs in a circle and asked the men to sit for 10 minutes without following every command inside their minds. Some laughed. Some left. Some returned. When anger appeared, Aaron told them to notice the first movement, the tightening of the hands, the heat in the face, the story that said another person had become less human. Stopping does not begin when you become calm, he said. It begins while everything inside you is still demanding movement. Rebecca died when Aaron was 62. A prison chaplain brought the news. Aaron sat on his bed. He did not speak for several hours. His first thought was that she should have abandoned him years earlier. His second was that he had wasted every visit by believing another would come. His third was that grief gave him permission to destroy something. The old sequence remained. Pain, blame, permission, action. Aaron placed both hands on his knees. He breathed. The pain did not become smaller. He did not ask it to. He remained until the impulse passed. At the next group meeting, a prisoner asked why Aaron had come so soon after losing his mother. Aaron answered, "Because I have not finished stopping." He guided them into silence. Near the end, he remembered Rebecca standing on the road. You do not have to keep becoming the worst thing you have done. For most of his life, Aaron had heard that sentence as mercy. Now he understood it as responsibility. No person was only one action, but every person was responsible for the action waiting to happen next. The Buddhist path does not promise that stopping will erase consequences. It does not return lost lives, cancel responsibility, or force forgiveness from those who were harmed. Stopping means refusing to let one painful action create the next, and then the next, until suffering becomes an identity we believe we must obey. Aaron could not walk backward and become innocent. He could only stop moving farther into harm. Sometimes the most important spiritual step is not toward freedom, peace, or redemption. It is simply the moment the weapon lowers, the hand opens, and a human being decides that pain will not choose the next victim. Story 5. The man who pulled the string too tight. By the time the meditation teacher found Lucas Bennett, he had walked until blood filled both of his shoes. He was still angry that peace had not arrived. Lucas was 38 years old and had spent most of his life becoming excellent at things he did not enjoy. He had graduated first in his class. He had become a trial attorney before turning 30. He had never missed a court deadline. He had never arrived late for a meeting. He returned every message before sleeping, even when that meant working until 2 in the morning. Colleagues called him disciplined. Clients called him relentless. His father called him successful. No one called him peaceful. Lucas had learned classical guitar as a child. His mother enrolled him in lessons when he was 7 because he had difficulty sitting still. The first teacher showed him how to hold the instrument, press the strings, and listen for a clear note. Lucas loved the sound immediately. Then his father heard him play. Richard Bennett was a former military officer. who believed talent created responsibility. When Lucas played well, Richard asked how he could play better. When Lucas won a local competition, Richard asked whether he could win the state competition. When Lucas won the state competition, Richard began discussing national programs. Practice stopped being a place of discovery. It became evidence. Every mistake meant Lucas had not worked hard enough. Every success created a higher standard. At 12, he practiced 3 hours a day. At 14, he practiced until the skin on his fingers split. At 16, he won a scholarship to a summer music academy. A judge told him that his playing was technically impressive but emotionally guarded. Lucas did not understand. He had played every note correctly. "What does emotionally guarded mean?" he asked his teacher. "It means you are controlling the music." "Am I supposed to play incorrectly?" "No." "Then what should I change?" His teacher thought for a moment. "You must allow the music to breathe." Lucas hated that answer. Breathing could not be measured. He wanted instructions, pressure, angle, timing, repetition, something he could increase until the problem disappeared. He practiced harder. His playing became more precise. It also became colder. At 18, Lucas stopped playing guitar and entered college. He told people music had never been a practical career. The truth was simpler. He could no longer touch the instrument without hearing his father ask what came next. Law rewarded the part of Lucas that music had exposed. Preparation mattered. Control mattered. Weakness was dangerous. Every question had an answer if he studied long enough. Every opponent could be defeated if he worked harder. Lucas became known for finding details other attorneys missed. He remembered entire depositions. He anticipated arguments before they were presented. He could continue speaking while exhausted, hungry, and angry without allowing his voice to shake. His body began sending warnings. Headaches, stomach pain, numbness in his hands. A physician told him he needed sleep. Lucas asked whether medication could replace it. The physician thought he was joking. Lucas was not. His marriage lasted 4 years. His wife, Natalie, left after realizing every conversation had become a problem Lucas intended to win. "You do not listen," she told him. "I can repeat everything you said. That is memory. What do you think listening is? Allowing another person to affect you." Lucas stared at her. "That does not make sense." "It does to me." Natalie packed 2 suitcases. Lucas followed her through the house, presenting reasons they should continue the marriage. They had stable finances. They had similar values. They had invested years. They had never been unfaithful. They could attend counseling. They could create a schedule. Natalie stood beside the front door. "You are trying to save the marriage without feeling what happened inside it. I am offering solutions." "I know. Then stay." She looked at him with an expression he could not argue against. "I cannot breathe here." She left. Lucas worked the following morning. He told no one. 3 years later, he collapsed during a murder trial. He was questioning a witness when the words on his legal pad became difficult to see. The courtroom seemed to narrow. His heart began striking against his chest. He stopped speaking. The judge asked whether he needed a break. Lucas said no. He attempted the next question. No sound came. His legs weakened. He gripped the table. Someone called for medical assistance. Lucas was taken to the hospital. His heart was healthy. His lungs were healthy. His blood tests revealed nothing life-threatening. The emergency physician told him he had experienced a severe panic attack. Lucas rejected the diagnosis. "I was not afraid." The physician looked at the notes. "Your heart was racing. You could not breathe. Your hands became numb, and you believed you were about to die. That was a physical reaction. Fear is physical. I did not feel afraid. That does not mean your body agreed." Lucas returned to work after 3 days. The panic attacks followed. One came inside an elevator. Another came during dinner with a client. A third woke him from sleep. Lucas began avoiding courtrooms. Then crowded rooms. Then highways. The man who had built his identity around control could no longer trust his own body. He saw therapists. He read books. He downloaded applications. He tried breathing exercises while checking the time. He treated recovery like another case. He recorded symptoms. He measured sleep. He tracked his heart rate. He gave every practice 2 weeks to produce results. If anxiety remained, he abandoned it. A therapist named Dr. Maya Flores watched him describe his routine. "You are doing everything except experiencing the anxiety. I experience it every day. You experience it as an enemy operation. What would you call it? A part of you asking for attention." Lucas laughed. "My nervous system does not ask questions." Dr. Flores leaned back. "Why do you think rest makes you uncomfortable? It does not. You answer work messages while sitting in this office. That is efficiency. You became anxious when I arrived 3 minutes late. I value punctuality. You completed the worksheet before I explained it. I read the instructions." Dr. Flores looked at him. "You are trying to perform therapy correctly. Is that a problem? It is the problem you brought into therapy." Lucas became defensive. He stopped seeing her. Several months later, his firm placed him on extended leave. The managing partner called it support. Lucas heard failure. He spent 2 weeks inside his apartment organizing files no one needed. Then his mother called. She had kept one of his old guitars after he stopped playing. She asked him to visit. Lucas drove to her house in Pennsylvania. The instrument rested inside a worn case. He opened it. The wood had faded slightly. Several strings were rusted. He touched one and immediately remembered being 12 years old. His father standing near the door. Again, faster, cleaner, you can do better. Lucas closed the case. His mother watched him. "You used to love playing. I was a child. You loved it before your father began attending the lessons." Lucas looked at her. She had never said that before. "Why did you let him push me?" His mother lowered her eyes. "I thought he was helping. He was not. I know that now. You knew then. I knew you were unhappy. That should have been enough." His mother began crying. Lucas felt anger, then guilt, then the impulse to comfort her so the conversation could end. He stood. "I should leave." She wiped her face. "There is a meditation center near Harrisburg." Lucas stopped. "What does that have to do with this?" "I attended after your father died." Richard had died from a heart attack 6 years earlier. Lucas had organized the funeral, handled the estate, and returned to work within a week. He had not cried. His mother continued. "The teacher helped me see how fear had shaped our family. I am not interested in discussing him with strangers." "You do not have to discuss him." "Then what would I do?" "Sit." Lucas almost laughed. His mother handed him a brochure. The center offered a 6-week residential program for people experiencing grief, anxiety, and burnout. Lucas read the daily schedule. Wake at 5:30. Meditation. Breakfast. Work period. Walking practice. Group teaching. Rest. Evening meditation. Silence after 9. The structure appealed to him. "How many hours of practice?" he asked. "Why?" "I want to know whether it is serious." His mother looked at him carefully. "Lucas, serious may not be what you need." He enrolled. The center was directed by a Buddhist teacher named Miriam Lee. She was 64 and had spent many years working as a physical therapist before becoming a full-time meditation teacher. During orientation, she asked the participants why they had come. A teacher named Alice wanted help with grief. A construction worker named Jonah could not control his anger. A nurse named Rachel had stopped sleeping after years of hospital work. Lucas said, "I experience panic symptoms caused by nervous system dysregulation." Miriam waited. Lucas added, "I need a reliable method to correct them." Miriam asked, "What happens if they are not corrected in 6 weeks?" Then the method failed. Could anything else have failed? Lucas looked at her. "Such as your demand." He disliked her immediately. During the first meditation, participants were instructed to sit for 20 minutes. Lucas sat for 40. When everyone stood, he remained. Miriam approached him. The period ended. I know. Then why are you still sitting? I am continuing. Why? More practice should produce more progress. Miriam nodded toward the empty room. Breakfast is beginning. I am not hungry. Your body may disagree. I can miss one meal. Miriam studied him. You did not come here to defeat the schedule. Lucas opened his eyes. I am practicing. You are competing with an instruction. He stood. At breakfast, Lucas ate quickly and returned to the meditation hall before the next session. He sat during free periods. He skipped afternoon rest. He volunteered for the most difficult cleaning tasks. During walking meditation, he moved faster than the others. When Miriam told the group to practice for 30 minutes, Lucas practiced for an hour. He kept a notebook beneath his mattress. Each night, he recorded the number of minutes he had meditated. Day 1, 210 minutes. Day 2, 245. Day 3, 280. He also recorded the number of panic symptoms: elevated heart rate, tight chest, restlessness, intrusive thoughts, difficulty sleeping. When the symptoms remained, Lucas increased the practice. Miriam noticed. You look exhausted, she told him. Tiredness is temporary. So is the body. I did not come here to be comfortable. No. Then what is the problem? You are using discipline to avoid receiving information. From what? Your limits. Lucas crossed his arms. Limits can be expanded. All meaningful progress requires discomfort. Miriam nodded. Does all discomfort create meaningful progress? Lucas did not answer. She continued. If you place your hand on a hot stove, pain gives information. That is different. Only because you respect that pain. Lucas left the conversation. During the second week, participants were given an afternoon without formal practice. Lucas treated the free period as additional training. He walked back and forth across a long hallway. One step, breath. Next step, breath. When his legs became tired, he continued. When his feet developed blisters, he changed the way he walked. When the blisters opened, he placed bandages over them. He told himself pain was only sensation. He had heard teachers say that resistance created suffering. Therefore, if pain disturbed him, resistance was the problem. He continued. Jonah found him near midnight. What are you doing? Walking meditation. It ended hours ago. I am still awake. Jonah looked toward Lucas's feet. Blood had soaked through one sock. You are hurt. It is superficial. You need the nurse. I need concentration. Jonah stared at him. You are out of your mind. Lucas continued walking. Jonah found Miriam. She entered the hallway and stood in Lucas's path. He stopped. Move, he said. No, I am practicing. You are bleeding. It is not dangerous. Miriam looked at his face. Why are you doing this? I almost reached it. Reached what? He struggled to answer. There had been moments when pain became distant, moments when his body seemed separate from awareness. He believed one more hour might produce the breakthrough he had been waiting for. Stillness, he said. Miriam looked at his trembling hands. You are not still. I was close to collapse. You do not understand how hard I have worked. I understand exactly. No, you do not. Lucas's voice rose. I followed every instruction. I sit longer than everyone here. I work while they rest. I stay when they leave. I have not wasted 1 minute. Miriam remained calm. And are you free from panic? The question struck him. No. Are you less afraid of your body? No. Do you feel peaceful? Lucas looked away. Miriam continued. Then your effort is not serving its purpose. It needs more time. Perhaps. Then let me continue. No. You cannot stop me from walking. No. I paid to be here. Yes. I am an adult. Yes. Then move. Miriam stepped aside. Lucas took one step. Pain cut through both feet. He took another. His knee weakened. He fell against the wall. Jonah caught him before he reached the floor. The center nurse cleaned the wounds. No permanent damage had occurred, but Lucas could barely walk. He was instructed to rest for several days. Rest felt worse than pain. Other participants meditated while Lucas sat with his feet elevated. He heard the bell and felt left behind. He imagined them progressing while he failed. He watched Alice enter the meditation hall. She had cried during nearly every session. Lucas had silently judged her. He watched Jonah follow. Jonah had missed several morning practices because he could not sleep. Lucas had judged him too. Rachel walked slowly, carrying an extra cushion. Everyone practiced imperfectly. Only Lucas had believed imperfection disqualified the practice. Miriam visited him that afternoon, carrying the guitar from his mother's house. Lucas stared at it. "How did you get that?" "Your mother brought it when she visited yesterday." "She was here?" "You were walking." Lucas looked away. Miriam opened the case. The old strings had been replaced. She placed the instrument in his hands. "I do not play anymore. You know how. That is not the same. Play one note." Lucas adjusted his position. His fingers remembered. He pressed one string and plucked it. The note sounded flat. "What is wrong?" Miriam asked. "The string is loose." "Fix it." Lucas turned the tuning key. He played again. The note improved. Miriam asked, "What happens if the string remains too loose?" "It will not hold the correct pitch." "Can it make music?" "Not properly." "Then tighten it more." Lucas adjusted the key. The note became clear. Miriam said, "More." "It is tuned." "More." Lucas looked at her. "That would make it sharp." "Continue." He tightened the string. The pitch rose. "More," Miriam said. "It will break." "Then perhaps it needs greater discipline." Lucas stopped. Miriam waited. He understood the trap. "You are comparing me to a guitar string. I am asking about tension." Lucas looked at the instrument. "A loose string is useless." "Is rest the same as looseness?" "Sometimes." "And too much tension?" "The string breaks." "Does breaking prove it worked harder?" Lucas's jaw tightened. "No." "Does the instrument hate the string for having limits?" "No." "Does the musician punish it?" "No." "What does the musician do?" "Listens." Miriam nodded. Lucas felt anger rising. The lesson was too simple. He had studied complex legal cases, neurological research, and psychological theory. He had destroyed his feet for peace. Now an old woman was telling him to listen to a guitar string. "That cannot be all," he said. "No." "What else?" "The musician adjusts." Lucas looked at the string. Miriam continued, "You have lived as though only two conditions exist: failure and maximum effort. That is how people improve. It is how frightened people make improvement feel safe." Lucas's expression changed. "What am I afraid of?" "Ask the part of you that believes rest must be earned." He looked away. Miriam placed the guitar inside its case. "Your panic is not proof that you need to work harder. Then what is it? Perhaps your body has been shouting because you only listen when something breaks." Lucas's eyes filled. He hated her for saying it. He hated himself for knowing it was true. Miriam stood. "For 3 days, you will not meditate more than 10 minutes at a time. That is nothing. It is what you can hold without turning practice into punishment." "I can sit longer." "I know. Then why limit me?" "To see whether you can stop." Lucas laughed bitterly. "You think stopping is harder?" "For you, yes." She left. The next morning, Lucas sat for 10 minutes. When the bell sounded, he remained. His mind offered reasons. Another 5 minutes would be harmless. Real practitioners did not obey arbitrary limits. The deepest insight might arrive in the next breath. He opened his eyes and stood. His entire body felt unfinished. During the afternoon session, he sat for 10 minutes again. The panic appeared after 4. His heart accelerated. His chest tightened. Lucas wanted to force his attention onto the breath. Then he remembered the guitar. "Listen." He placed one hand over his chest. The heartbeat was fast. It was not wrong. It was not evidence of failure. It was a frightened body producing a frightened rhythm. Lucas remained until the bell. Then he stopped. No extra minute. That evening, he slept for 7 hours. He woke ashamed of how relieved he felt. During the following week, Lucas followed the schedule exactly. He ate every meal. He rested during rest periods. He allowed others to clean without correcting them. His feet healed. The panic did not disappear, but he began recognizing what happened before it intensified. His jaw tightened. His breathing became shallow. His thoughts accelerated. He began searching for the correct action. Push, control, escape, solve. Lucas practiced responding differently. Sometimes he walked slowly. Sometimes he lay down. Sometimes he sat for 10 minutes. Sometimes he spoke with another person. The same action was not correct in every moment. That uncertainty frightened him. It also made the practice alive. One afternoon, Jonah became angry during group discussion. He accused Miriam of allowing people to avoid difficult emotions. "You tell us to be gentle," he said. "That is why nothing changes." Miriam asked what he believed should happen. "We should face everything directly." "Are you facing anger now?" "Yes." "Or following it?" Jonah stood. "This place is making me weaker." He left the room. Lucas found him packing. "You are leaving?" "Yes." "Where will you go?" "Home." "What happens there?" Jonah shoved clothing into a bag. "My brother and I finish what we started." Lucas knew the story. Jonah had attacked his brother during an argument and nearly caused permanent injury. He had entered the retreat because a court counselor recommended treatment. "What did you start?" Lucas asked. Jonah looked at him. "Stay out of it." Lucas felt the attorney inside him preparing arguments. Consequences, probation, family, anger management. He stopped. "What is happening in your body?" he asked. Jonah laughed. "You sound like Miriam." "Probably. I am angry." "Where?" "Everywhere." "That is not a place." Jonah threw the bag onto the bed. "My hands." Lucas looked at them. Jonah's fingers were closed. "Are they loose or tight?" Lucas asked. "What?" "Your hands." Jonah opened them slightly. Lucas continued. "You do not have to forgive your brother tonight." "I am not going to." "You do not have to become calm." "Then what are you saying?" "Do not pull the string tighter while it is already about to break." Jonah stared at him. Lucas sat near the door. He did not block the exit. After several minutes, Jonah sat too. Neither spoke. The anger remained. The bag stayed on the bed. Jonah did not leave. At the final meeting of the 6-week program, Miriam asked each participant what they had learned. Alice said grief became more bearable when she stopped hiding it. Rachel said exhaustion was not a moral failure. Jonah said he could feel anger without immediately searching for someone to receive it. When Lucas's turn came, he held the old guitar. "I thought effort was always good." Miriam waited. "I thought if something was not working, the answer was more." He looked toward his healed feet. More hours, more pressure, more discipline. Lucas adjusted one of the tuning keys. "I believed rest was what happened after the important work was finished." He played a string. The note was slightly flat. He tightened it. "Then I learned that effort can become another way of refusing to listen." The room remained quiet. Lucas played the note again. Clear. He did not tighten it farther. Months after leaving the center, Lucas returned to legal work part-time. He did not resume trial practice immediately. He handled research and advised younger attorneys. At first, he experienced every reduced hour as evidence that he had become less valuable. He noticed the thought. He did not allow it to write his schedule. He returned to therapy with Dr. Flores. During the first appointment, he apologized for leaving. She asked why he had returned. "I thought you were asking me to work less." "I was. I believed that meant you did not understand ambition. And now, I think I did not understand fear." Lucas began playing guitar again. He did not enter competitions. He did not record himself. He did not count practice hours. Some evenings, he played for 20 minutes. Some evenings, He opened the case and realized he was too tired. At first, closing it felt like failure. Then it became information. His mother listened to him play during a visit. Lucas made a mistake midway through the piece. His fingers stopped. His father's voice appeared immediately. Again, start over, correct it. Lucas looked at his mother. She had heard the wrong note. She was still smiling. He continued from where he had stopped. The piece was imperfect. For the first time since childhood, it breathed. When the final note faded, his mother wiped her eyes. Your father would have told you to begin again. I know. Are you going to? Lucas touched the tuning key. No. Why? Because I was not playing for him. He placed the guitar across his lap. His mother reached for his hand. Lucas allowed the silence to remain without improving it. The Buddhist teaching of balanced effort does not praise laziness, and it does not condemn discipline. It asks whether our effort is guided by wisdom or driven by fear. A string left completely loose cannot produce music, but a string pulled beyond its limit will break before the song begins. The same is true of the human mind. We need courage to continue, but also awareness to rest, adjust, and listen. Lucas did not heal by abandoning effort. He healed by learning that effort must serve life rather than punish it. Peace did not arrive when he pushed himself farther. It began when he heard the note clearly and finally stopped tightening the string. Story 6. The man who had only 1 hour left. Evan Mercer spent 10 years teaching millions of people how to live in the present. He learned how 90 minutes before he died. By the age of 46, Evan was one of the most recognizable spiritual teachers in America. His books appeared in airports, grocery stores, hospitals, and corporate offices. His online talks reached more people in 1 week than most teachers addressed in a lifetime. He led retreats for actors, athletes, business executives, physicians, and people who paid thousands of dollars to sit in silence near him. He spoke slowly. He dressed simply. He paused before answering questions. When someone asked how to stop suffering, Evan often closed his eyes for several seconds before speaking. The pause became part of his reputation. People believed something profound was happening inside it. Sometimes nothing was happening. Evan was deciding which answer would sound most memorable. He had not planned to become a spiritual teacher. 12 years earlier, he had been the owner of a small advertising agency in Seattle. He worked long hours, drank too much coffee, slept with his phone beside his face, and believed exhaustion was evidence that his life mattered. His agency handled campaigns for technology companies and luxury brands. Evan understood how to make people feel incomplete, then place a product beside the feeling. He was very good at it. He could sell urgency. He could turn insecurity into desire. He could make ordinary objects appear necessary. The work made him wealthy. It did not make him happy. Evan rarely asked whether he was happy. Happiness was difficult to measure. Revenue was not. At 34, he purchased a sailing boat with 2 friends. None of them had enough experience for the trip they planned. They told themselves confidence could replace preparation. During the second night, a mechanical failure left the boat without power. A storm arrived before they could reach shore. The emergency radio stopped working. Water entered the lower compartment. One friend was swept overboard while attempting to secure equipment. The second disappeared when part of the boat collapsed. Evan survived by holding onto a section of broken decking. He remained in the water for nearly 14 hours. He did not pray. He did not think about money. He did not remember his awards, clients, or plans. He felt cold. He felt fear. He felt his hands losing strength. At one point, he heard his mother's voice, even though she had been dead for 6 years. The voice did not offer wisdom. It said the same thing she had said when he was learning to swim. Patient, keep your head up. A rescue crew found Evan the following morning. His clothing had been torn. A responder wrapped him in a rough emergency blanket. News photographs showed him being carried from a helicopter with the brown material around his shoulders. His hair was wet. His face was empty. People saw the image and decided he had returned from death with knowledge. Evan spent 3 weeks in the hospital. Reporters requested interviews. At first, he refused. He could not speak about the 2 friends who had died. He could not explain why they were gone, and he remained. The refusal increased public interest. Silence looked like depth. When Evan finally agreed to one interview, the host asked what he had discovered while waiting to die. Evan answered honestly, "I discovered that everything I thought was important disappeared." The sentence spread online. People shared it without the rest of the interview. They placed it over images of oceans, mountains, candles, and empty roads. A publisher contacted him. Evan said he was not a writer. The publisher provided one. His first book was titled, "What Remains When Everything Falls Away." It combined the story of the accident with lessons about simplicity, awareness, and gratitude. The book sold more than 1 million copies. Readers wrote to Evan. One woman said his words helped her leave a job that was destroying her health. A widower said the book allowed him to cry for the first time after his wife's death. A college student said she had decided not to end her life after reading the chapter about survival. Evan felt humbled. Then he felt necessary. He began speaking at conferences. He told audiences that the present moment was all anyone truly possessed. He encouraged people to release their identities. He warned them not to confuse success with worth. Every lesson came from something he genuinely believed. That was what made the change difficult to notice. The teachings helped people. The praise changed him. At first, Evan received applause with embarrassment. Later, he expected it. At first, he answered questions carefully. Later, he learned which answers produced tears. At first, he admitted uncertainty. Later, uncertainty became dangerous to his position. People did not pay to hear that Evan did not know. They paid to feel that someone did. His team grew. A publicist managed interviews. A business manager created premium programs. A production company filmed retreats. His name became a brand. The brand required consistency. Evan could not appear impatient. He could not become visibly angry. He could not admit that meditation sometimes bored him. He could not tell people that he still woke at night, replaying the moment his friend disappeared beneath the water. He could not say that he often imagined himself letting go of the broken wood. He could not admit that surviving had created guilt, not enlightenment. Instead, Evan spoke about surrender. He spoke about trust. He spoke about the intelligence of life. People quoted him. He began quoting himself. His most successful retreat was called The Final Shore. Participants surrendered their phones, wore plain clothing, ate simple meals, and spent 5 days in silence. Evan charged more for a private meeting. He told himself the price protected his energy. He told himself wealthy clients supported free programs for others. Some of that was true. The rest was fear. Evan had lost one identity after the accident. He had built another more carefully. The successful advertising executive became the awakened survivor. Both identities depended on an audience. A woman named Julia Hart had known Evan before the accident. They had worked together at the advertising agency. Julia was direct, impatient, and unimpressed by beautiful language. She had helped Evan build his first presentation. She had also visited him in the hospital before reporters arrived. For several years, she attended his talks. Then she stopped. Evan noticed but did not ask why. They met again after one of his largest events in Los Angeles. More than 5,000 people had listened to Evan speak about freedom from the need for approval. Backstage, assistants moved around him. One removed his microphone. Another handed him water. A photographer asked for several more pictures. Julia waited near the door. When Evan saw her, he smiled. "You came." "Yes." "What did you think? Do you want an honest answer?" "Always." Julia glanced at the people around him. "No, you do not." Evan asked everyone to leave. His publicist reminded him that donors were waiting. Evan said he would join them soon. When the room emptied, Julia sat across from him. You look tired, she said. It has been a long week. You have been saying that for 10 years. Evan smiled. You have not changed. You have. People are supposed to change. Yes. Julia leaned forward. You used to be a frightened man who knew he was frightened. Evan's smile disappeared. Now, you are a frightened man, surrounded by people who call your fear wisdom. He stared at her. That is an aggressive thing to say after attending my event. I did not attend for the event. Why did you come? To see whether you were still in there. Evan felt anger rise. He recognized the anger and immediately shaped his face into calmness. Julia noticed. That, she said. What? You felt something, then replaced it with the expression people expect. You do not know what I felt. I worked with you for 9 years. You tighten your jaw when you are angry. Evan relaxed it. Julia laughed once. He looked away. Why are you doing this? Because everyone else in your life is paid not to. That is unfair. Is it? I have teachers. I have colleagues. You have people who benefit from your certainty. Evan stood. I do not claim certainty. You sell it without using the word. He turned toward her. Julia continued. You tell people to release identity, but every room must know who you are before you enter. That is security and event planning. You tell people not to seek approval, then study audience reactions after every talk. That helps me communicate. You teach presence, but your staff knows never to leave you alone without a schedule. Evan's face hardened. You came here to insult me. No. I came because I am sick. The anger disappeared. What? Julia's voice softened. Cancer. Evan sat. How serious? It has spread. He stared at her. What treatment are you receiving? Some. Who is your physician? Do not do that. Do what? Turn my death into a project. Evan looked down. How long? They do not know. He reached for her hand. Julia allowed him to take it. I am sorry. I know. They sat quietly. Evan's publicist knocked once, then opened the door. The donors are waiting. Evan looked toward Julia. She removed her hand. Go. No. Yes. They can wait. Julia studied him. Can you? Evan told the publicist to cancel the meeting. He and Julia remained backstage for 2 hours. They spoke about the agency, the accident, his friends, her illness. At one point, Julia asked whether he still dreamed about the water. Evan denied it. She waited. He looked away. Sometimes. What happens? I lose my grip. And I feel relieved. The admission frightened him. Julia did not react. Evan continued. Then I wake up ashamed. Have you told anyone? No. Why? People depend on me. For what? To believe survival means something. Julia looked at him. Perhaps it means you survived. That is not enough. For whom? Evan did not answer. Before leaving, Julia gave him a name. Samuel Lin. Evan recognized it. Samuel was an elderly Buddhist teacher who had spent decades working with refugees, prisoners, and hospice patients. He rarely appeared online. He had published no popular books. He accepted no speaking fees. Evan had once invited him to teach at the final shore. Samuel declined. His response contained one sentence. I do not think your students need another person to admire. Evan had considered the message rude. He had never replied. Why are you giving me his name? Evan asked. Because you need a teacher who does not need you to remain Evan Mercer. I have teachers. Julia shook her head. You have advisors. What is the difference? A teacher may destroy the person asking for advice. Evan looked at the name. Have you studied with him? No. Then how do you know? He visited the hospice center where I received treatment. What did he teach you? Nothing. Evan frowned. Julia continued. He sat beside a woman who was dying. She kept asking what would happen after death. What did he say? He said he did not know. That is not teaching. He remained after she became angry. Evan waited. Julia placed one hand against the door. You are surrounded by people who remain only while you sound awakened. She left. Evan searched for Samuel Lin that night. There were few recordings. In one, Samuel spoke for 40 minutes about washing dishes. In another, he answered a complicated question by asking whether the person had eaten breakfast. Evan found the talks frustrating. Samuel appeared to avoid philosophy. He offered no memorable system, no clear brand, no promise of transformation. Evan watched every available recording. Then he sent an email. No answer came. His assistant called Samuel's meditation center. A volunteer said he was traveling. Evan requested a private meeting. The volunteer said Samuel did not offer them. Evan offered a donation. The volunteer ended the call. Several weeks passed. Julia's condition worsened. Evan visited her in hospice care. She had lost weight. Her voice was weaker. He brought flowers. She asked him to place them outside because the smell made her nauseated. They sat together. Evan told her he had contacted Samuel. No answer, he said. Julia closed her eyes. You sound offended. I am accustomed to professional courtesy. He is not a professional spiritual teacher. What does that make me? Julia opened her eyes. That is the question. Evan felt anger again. This time, he did not hide it. You are dying, and you still enjoy attacking me. Julia smiled. There you are. He laughed despite himself. Then he began crying. Julia reached toward him. Evan lowered his head beside her bed. I do not know what happened to me. Yes, you do. I wanted to help. I know. I still help people. I know. Then why does everything feel false? Because helping people became the evidence you used to avoid looking at yourself. Evan wiped his face. What am I supposed to do? Stop asking the dying woman. She died 9 days later. Evan attended the funeral without announcing his presence. Several people recognized him. One requested a photograph. Evan agreed automatically. In the picture, he wore the same gentle expression seen on his book covers. That evening, he looked at the photograph and felt disgust. Julia had been buried less than an hour. Evan had already returned to the role. 2 days later, Samuel Lynn's center called. Samuel would be in Chicago for one morning. He had agreed to meet Evan for 15 minutes. Evan cancelled a speaking engagement and took the first available flight. His staff attempted to arrange transportation, security, and a private room. Samuel refused. The meeting would take place at a community kitchen where he volunteered. Evan arrived early. Samuel was helping prepare meals. He wore an old sweater and moved slowly because of pain in one knee. Evan stood near the entrance, unsure whether to interrupt. A volunteer handed him a box of vegetables. Cut these. I am here to meet Samuel. So are the vegetables. Evan looked towards Samuel. The teacher did not acknowledge him. Evan began cutting. He had not prepared food in years. His pieces were uneven. A volunteer corrected him twice. After 40 minutes, Samuel approached. You are Evan. Yes. You wanted 15 minutes. I would appreciate more. I have somewhere to go. Where? Samuel looked at him. Does it matter? I traveled across the country. That was your decision. Evan recognized Julia's directness. He felt defensive. I need guidance. Samuel washed his hands. About what? I do not know whether my practice is real. Is it? Evan hesitated. No. Samuel picked up his coat. Then, now you know. He walked toward the exit. Evan followed. That cannot be all. It is all you asked. I need to understand what happened. Later. When? I have an appointment. Please. Samuel continued walking. Evan felt panic. He had crossed the country. He had cancelled obligations. He had waited weeks. Now the teacher was leaving after 3 sentences. Samuel. The older man stopped. Evan stood in front of him. My friend died. I am sorry. She told me to find you. That was her decision. I have spent 10 years teaching people. Yes. I do not know whether I believe what I teach. Yes. I survived something that killed 2 people, and I built an entire life from pretending I understood why. Samuel looked at him carefully. Evan's voice became desperate. I need you to tell me what to do. Not now. Samuel moved around him. Evan followed. Why not? Because I am expected somewhere. There may not be another time. Samuel continued walking. Evan heard his own sentence. He had used similar words in speeches. Life is uncertain. Tomorrow is not promised. He had never spoken them while someone was actually leaving. Evan stepped in front of Samuel again. I may die before we meet again. Yes, you may die. Yes. Then how can you say later? Samuel looked at him. The teacher's expression changed. Not into admiration, not into sympathy, into attention. What do you want? Samuel asked. I want to stop performing my life. Then stop. I do not know how. Samuel pointed toward a passing bus. What do you see? A bus. Before the word. Evan frowned. What? Before you call it a bus. What is present? Evan looked. Color, movement, reflection, sound. He answered, seeing. Samuel nodded. When seeing happens, let there be only what is seen. A truck passed. Samuel asked, what is present? Sound. Before you name it. Hearing. When hearing happens, let there be only what is heard. Evan waited. Samuel continued, when a sensation appears, let it be sensation before it becomes a story about you. Evan felt pressure in his chest. When a thought appears, know it as a thought before turning it into truth, identity, or instruction. Evan's breathing slowed. Samuel pointed toward him. The problem is not that you see, hear, feel, or think. What is the problem? You add Evan to everything. Evan stared at him. Samuel continued. A feeling appears, and you ask what it means about Evan. A room applauds, and you ask whether Evan is valuable. A memory appears, and you ask whether Evan is guilty. Silence appears, and you ask whether Evan still exists inside it. Evan felt exposed. What should I do with the self? Where is it before you think about it? Evan opened his mouth. No answer came. A car horn sounded. For one instant, there was only sound. Then thought arrived. Horn, traffic, street, teacher, me. The layers formed so quickly, they usually appeared as one thing. Evan noticed the formation. Samuel spoke. In what is seen, only what is seen. In what is heard, only what is heard. In what is felt, only what is felt. In what is thought, only what is thought. Evan looked at his hands. He felt warmth, pressure, movement. No spiritual meaning. No survivor. No teacher. Sensation. A memory of the accident appeared. Water. Cold. His friend disappearing. Guilt began forming. I should have saved him. I did not deserve to live. My survival must have a purpose. Evan saw each thought enter. For the first time, he did not build a life around them. The memory remained painful. It did not become a command. Tears moved down his face. Samuel said nothing. Evan heard traffic, footsteps, a door opening. The sounds did not belong to him. They did not exclude him. They appeared and ended. He searched for the man who needed to be awakened. A thought appeared. This is awakening. He saw that too. The thought passed. Something released. Not dramatically. No light appeared. No voice spoke. Evan did not become a different person. For several breaths, he stopped adding a person to what was happening. The experience did not belong to Evan Mercer. It simply occurred. Samuel watched him. Evan looked up. All this time, he whispered, I have been standing between myself and everything. Samuel shook his head. There were not two of you. Evan laughed through his tears. The laugh came before he decided how it should sound. Samuel looked at his watch. I must go. Evan felt no panic. Will I see you again? I do not know. Is that enough? It is what is true. Samuel began walking. Evan called after him. Where are you going? Samuel turned. To sit with a man whose wife died last night. Evan nodded. He did not ask to come. The meeting was over. Evan returned to the community kitchen. A volunteer handed him another box of vegetables. This time, he cut them without checking whether anyone noticed. His phone contained dozens of messages. His publicist wanted approval for a statement. His business manager needed a decision about a retreat. A producer had sent call for an interview. Evan read the messages. He did not feel contempt for them. The work was not false simply because identity had gathered around it. He replied to his publicist, "Cancel the upcoming tour. We need to change how everything is structured." She called immediately. "What happened? I do not know how to explain it yet. Are you having some kind of crisis?" "Possibly. We have contracts." "I know. Thousands of people have purchased tickets." "Return the money. That will cost a fortune." "Yes. What are you going to tell people?" Evan looked at the knife in his hand. "I have spent years teaching them to stop pretending." His publicist became silent. Evan continued, "I should begin." He ended the call. A volunteer asked him to carry boxes toward a delivery van. Evan lifted one. He walked outside. A child stood near the curb holding his mother's hand. A cyclist passed. A car stopped too late. A delivery truck swerved to avoid it. The movement happened quickly. People shouted. The truck climbed the curb. Evan heard the sound before his mind named the danger. He turned. The vehicle struck him. There was no speech, no final teaching, no time to arrange his face into peace. Evan died before the ambulance reached the hospital. News of his death spread within minutes. Headlines called him a beloved spiritual leader. People shared his quotations. Old videos received millions of new views. His organization prepared a memorial. His publicist found the message canceling the tour and assumed he had been distressed. Some followers said Evan had predicted his death. Others claimed his final trip to Chicago had been a secret spiritual mission. People created meanings because sudden death made uncertainty difficult to bear. Samuel refused interviews. Evan's business manager contacted him. "People need to know what happened during your meeting." "No." "Did Evan receive a teaching?" "Yes." "What did you tell him?" "That belongs to the practice." "Did he understand?" Samuel looked toward the community kitchen, where Evan had spent his final hour. "Yes." "How can you know?" He stopped asking what the moment meant about him. The manager waited. Was he enlightened? Samuel did not answer. The question was already rebuilding the identity Evan had finally put down. At the memorial, Julia's sister attended. She carried the photograph taken after Julia's funeral. Evan's practiced expression appeared on his face. She placed it beside another photograph provided by the community kitchen. In the second image, Evan was cutting vegetables. He was looking down. No audience stood nearby. His sleeves were unevenly rolled. One piece of carrot was too large. Another was too small. He did not look awakened. He looked present. The Buddhist teaching of direct awareness does not ask us to destroy the self or pretend that our names, histories, and responsibilities do not exist. It asks us to notice how quickly the mind adds identity to every experience. A sound becomes an insult against me. Praise becomes proof of my worth. Pain becomes my permanent story. Even spiritual practice becomes a person I must perform. Evan spent years teaching presence as an idea and protecting the identity of the man who understood it. Freedom appeared only when seeing was simply seeing. Grief was simply grief, and thought no longer had to become a throne. He was not given a lifetime to practice the lesson. He was given 1 hour. The truth did not require more time. It required him to stop standing in front of it. Story 7. The sentence that ended the search. The sentence that ended 20 years of searching contained only 13 words. It came from a man who insisted he was not qualified to teach. Theo Morgan heard it inside a crowded food pantry in Boston while someone was shouting over a missing bag of rice. By that evening, Theo's closest friend had heard the same sentence. By the end of the week, both men had abandoned the spiritual organization that had made them famous. Theo and Isaac Rowan had been friends since they were 6 years old. Their mothers met while waiting outside the same elementary school classroom. Theo was the child who asked why rules existed. Isaac was the child who wanted to know how people felt when those rules were broken. Theo took apart radios to understand how voices entered them. Isaac listened to the same radios late at night and wondered whether the people speaking felt lonely when the microphones turned off. They argued constantly. They rarely stayed angry. When Theo's father lost his job, Isaac spent every afternoon at Theo's house, without mentioning the unpaid bills stacked on the kitchen counter. When Isaac's parents divorced, Theo slept on the floor beside Isaac's bed for 3 nights, because Isaac was afraid his mother might disappear too. Neither boy called these actions spiritual. They were simply what friendship required. Both grew up in families that valued achievement. Theo's father repaired industrial machinery in Cleveland and believed knowledge was the only protection poor people could give their children. He brought home used textbooks from warehouse sales. He made Theo explain what he learned at dinner. Whenever Theo answered correctly, his father asked a harder question. Isaac's parents owned a small chain of pharmacies. They expected him to become a physician, expand the business, and preserve the family name. Isaac learned to smile when adults described the life he would have. The 2 boys became excellent students. They also became restless. At 17, they attended a large graduation celebration with several hundred classmates. There was music, food, speeches, photographs, and promises that everyone would remain connected. Students wrote messages inside one another's yearbooks. Friends cried as though distance itself were a tragedy. Teachers spoke about bright futures. At midnight, Theo and Isaac left the building and sat inside Isaac's car. Neither started the engine. Theo held a yearbook filled with sentences from people he barely knew. "We are going to forget most of them," he said. Isaac looked toward the entrance. "They will forget us too." Then why did everyone act like tonight was permanent? Because saying goodbye while pretending it is not goodbye hurts less. Theo opened the yearbook. A student had written, "Never change." He showed the message to Isaac. "That is impossible. I know. Everything people celebrated tonight will change. Their friendships, their plans, their bodies." Isaac leaned back. "You make graduation sound like a funeral. What is the difference?" "That is a terrible question." "It is still a question." Isaac became quiet. His grandmother had died earlier that year, during the final week of her life. She had repeatedly asked to return to the house where she raised her children. The family told her she was already there. Her memory could no longer hold the answer. Isaac had watched adults correct her each time. He wondered why being factually right had mattered so much when she was frightened. "Maybe people celebrate because they know it will not last," he said. Theo looked at him. "Then why does losing things surprise us?" Isaac had no answer. That conversation became the beginning of a private agreement. They would not spend their lives pretending success could protect them from change. They would study the mind, suffering, death, meaning, and every tradition claiming to understand them. Whoever found something genuinely true would tell the other immediately, not after publishing it, not after proving it, not after turning it into a career. Immediately, they shook hands inside the parked car. Neither knew the promise would shape the next 2 decades. Theo studied philosophy and cognitive science. Isaac entered medical school, but left during his 2nd year. He could memorize anatomy and recognize disease, but he could not tolerate how quickly suffering became a technical problem. During one hospital rotation, he watched a physician explain a terminal diagnosis without sitting down. The patient's wife asked whether her husband was going to die. The physician repeated treatment statistics. Isaac understood every number. He also understood that none of them answered her. He left medicine and studied psychology. Theo continued into graduate school. His research focused on consciousness. He studied perception, identity, memory, and the strange fact that every person felt like a single continuous self, despite constant physical and psychological change. He published papers. He became known for asking questions without allowing easy answers. Isaac became a therapist. His clients trusted him because he did not rush to repair them. He listened to veterans who woke from nightmares, parents who had lost children, executives who could manage companies but could not sit alone for 10 minutes, people who believed they had ruined their lives. Isaac helped many of them. He also absorbed their pain. At night, he replayed sessions. He wondered whether he had said the wrong thing. He wondered whether a different question might have changed someone's decision. One client ended his life after 6 months of therapy. Isaac knew he was not solely responsible. Knowledge did not prevent guilt. Theo flew from Boston to Chicago after receiving the news. He found Isaac sitting on the floor of his office. Client files surrounded him. "I missed something," Isaac said. "Perhaps. You are supposed to tell me I did not. I was not there." Isaac looked up angrily. "I called because I needed my friend." "I am your friend. Then stop answering like a professor." Theo sat across from him. "I do not know whether you missed something." Isaac lowered his head. Theo continued, "I know you cared. I know you tried. I know another person's mind is not a machine you can control from outside. That does not help." "No." They remained on the floor. After several minutes, Isaac asked, "Have you found anything?" Theo knew what he meant. Their promise. "No, neither have I." They began searching more seriously. They attended Christian monasteries. They studied Jewish mysticism. They spent time with Hindu teachers. They practiced breathwork, silent prayer, sensory deprivation, chanting, dream analysis, and several forms of meditation. They read ancient texts and modern neuroscience. They interviewed near-death researchers, monks, ministers, philosophers, grief counselors, and people who claim to remember previous lives. Some teachers were wise. Some were confused. Some were honest about uncertainty. Others used mystery to hide ordinary manipulation. Theo learned to recognize grand claims unsupported by experience. Isaac learned to recognize kindness performed for an audience. They rejected anyone who promised permanent bliss in exchange for loyalty or money. Their standards became increasingly severe. A teacher could not make one careless statement without Theo challenging it. A retreat leader could not show irritation without Isaac questioning whether the practice had changed anything. They were searching for freedom while demanding perfection from everyone who might point toward it. Their disappointment became another identity. They were not ordinary seekers. They were the seekers who could not be fooled. At 34, Theo and Isaac began recording their conversations. The first episodes were made in Isaac's office after clients had left. They discussed consciousness, grief, morality, meditation, and the search for meaning. Theo questioned ideas. Isaac questioned the emotional motives behind them. Listeners appreciated the tension. The project became a popular podcast called The Honest Search. Millions of people eventually listened. Universities invited Theo to speak. Therapy conferences invited Isaac. Publishers requested a book. They wrote one together. Its central argument was simple. People should not accept spiritual claims merely because those claims offered comfort. The book became a bestseller. Theo and Isaac were praised for making spiritual inquiry intelligent and psychologically responsible. Success created a problem. They had become authorities on searching without having found what they were searching for. Every interview asked for conclusions. Every audience wanted guidance. Theo became skilled at presenting uncertainty as sophistication. Isaac became skilled at turning his own unresolved pain into compassionate language. Neither considered himself dishonest. They told the truth as they understood it. But the search was beginning to support their identities. Finding an answer might end the careers built around not finding one. Then they met Damien Cross. Damien was a former professor who had left academic life after accusing universities of replacing inquiry with reputation. He was charismatic, articulate, and impossible to categorize. He rejected organized religion. He also rejected materialism. He taught that every fixed belief became a prison. According to Damien, wisdom meant remaining permanently open. No final truth, no permanent self, no reliable doctrine, no conclusion that could not be reversed. Theo admired the intellectual freedom. Isaac admired Damien's refusal to shame people for uncertainty. Damien invited them to a private gathering in New York. Nearly 100 students sat in a converted theater. Some had followed him for years. A woman asked whether consciousness survived death. Damien smiled. Anyone who says yes is selling hope. Anyone who says no is selling certainty. Remain where neither can stand. The audience became silent. Theo felt something release. Damien did not pretend to know. After the gathering, the three men spoke for hours. Damien understood Theo's arguments before Theo completed them. He recognized Isaac's grief without demanding details. "You are both exhausted," Damien said. "From what?" Isaac asked. "Trying to find a truth pure enough that you will never have to risk trusting it." Theo looked at him. Damien continued. "You believe skepticism protects you from deception. It also protects you from surrender." The sentence affected both men. They began studying with him. The Honest Search gradually became connected to Damien's organization, Open Ground. Theo developed courses on philosophy. Isaac led emotional integration groups. Membership increased. Retreats filled. Their audience merged with Damien's. For the first time, Theo and Isaac believed they might have found the teacher their promise had anticipated. Damien did not demand belief. He dismantled it. Whenever a student described an insight, Damien questioned it until the person admitted uncertainty. Whenever someone expressed devotion, Damien warned them not to create an idol. Whenever a teaching became clear, he complicated it. At first, this felt liberating. Then Theo noticed that one belief remained untouched. Damien's belief that nothing could finally be known. A student once asked whether compassion was better than cruelty. Damien responded, "Better, according to which structure?" The student described a history of abuse. She wanted to know whether naming the abuse as wrong was another form of attachment. Damien asked her to investigate the person who needed moral certainty. The woman left the retreat more confused than when she arrived. Isaac objected privately. She needed support. She wanted confirmation, Damien said. She needed someone to tell her what happened was not acceptable. "You are still attached to therapeutic language. I am attached to not making an injured person doubt her right to refuse harm." Damien smiled. "That is why you are useful here. You bring tenderness." Isaac heard praise. He also heard dismissal. Theo began noticing other contradictions. Damien said titles were meaningless, but no event began until he entered. He said followers should question him, but those who questioned too strongly were described as psychologically defended. He said money was neutral, but the organization's finances remained private. He said no conclusion should be protected, yet his own position always survived every debate. Theo discussed these concerns with Isaac. Isaac had noticed them too. "Are we leaving?" he asked. Theo hesitated. Open Ground employed dozens of people. Thousands of members depended on its programs. Theo and Isaac's public identities were connected to Damien. Leaving would create scandal. Staying would require silence. "We should be certain," Theo said. Isaac laughed without humor. "We joined a teacher who says certainty is impossible. That does not mean we act carelessly. No, it means we can postpone forever." Theo disliked hearing his own logic reflected back at him. They remained. Another year passed. Their private dissatisfaction deepened. They continued teaching. People thanked them. Several students made meaningful changes in their lives. Theo used those successes as evidence that staying might still be beneficial. Isaac used the same evidence. Neither mentioned the promise made at 17. Whoever finds something true tells the other immediately. They had found something untrue and were struggling to tell even themselves. The moment that changed Theo's life began with a cancelled lecture. He had traveled to Boston to speak at a university event. A pipe burst inside the building, and the lecture was moved to another date. Theo's assistant offered to arrange a car to the airport. His flight was not until evening. He declined. He began walking without a destination, then entered a community food pantry after seeing a sign requesting volunteers. Theo had volunteered before, usually during organized events connected to open ground. Those events included photographers. This pantry had no interest in his name. A coordinator handed him an apron and assigned him to sort canned goods. Theo worked beside a man named Peter Lang. Peter appeared to be in his late 50s. He moved carefully because of stiffness in one shoulder. He wore ordinary work clothes. He said very little. After an hour, a man entered demanding food. He had missed the distribution period. The pantry had already allocated the remaining supplies. A volunteer explained that he could return the following morning. The man became angry. He accused the volunteers of keeping the best items for themselves. He knocked a bag of rice from a table. The bag split. Rice spread across the floor. Several people stepped back. Peter did not. He crouched and began gathering the rice. The angry man pointed at him. "You think cleaning that makes you better than me?" Peter looked up. "No. You people act kind so you can feel important." Peter nodded once. "That happens." The answer interrupted the man's anger. "You admitting it. I am saying people can help for mixed reasons." The man stared at him. Peter continued gathering rice. "Are you hungry now?" "Yes." Peter stood. He removed a container from his own backpack. It held the lunch he had brought. He placed it on the table. "You can take this." The man looked suspicious. "What do you want?" "Nothing." "You expect me to thank you?" "No." The man took the container and left. A volunteer told Peter he should have called security. "Perhaps," Peter said. "He could have hurt you." "Yes." "He insulted you." "Yes." "Does nothing bother you?" Peter looked at the rice. "Many things bother me." He returned to cleaning. Theo had spent 20 years studying composure. He had watched teachers remain calm while audiences admired them. Peter's calmness felt different. No one had been watching when it began. He had not used the conflict to demonstrate wisdom. He had not corrected the angry man. He had not denied fear. He simply responded to what was needed without turning the moment into a performance. Theo crouched beside him. "Where did you learn to do that?" Peter looked confused. "Pick up rice, not become defensive." "I became defensive. You did not show it." I felt heat in my face. My chest tightened. I wanted to tell him he was wrong. "What stopped you?" Peter placed a handful of rice into the damaged bag. I saw what the anger depended on. Theo waited. Peter continued working. What did it depend on? Being insulted, wanting to appear good, fear that the others would think I was weak, the idea that he should behave differently before I could respond wisely. Theo studied him. "Are you a teacher?" Peter laughed. "No." "Do you practice meditation?" "Recently." "With whom?" "A woman named Amara Singh." Theo recognized the name only vaguely. Amara had led a small Buddhist community for many years. She rarely attended conferences. Her center had no large online following. Theo had once declined an invitation to interview her because his producer believed she was not well known enough. "What does she teach?" he asked. Peter shook his head. "I am new. I would explain it badly." "Try." "I should not. I am not asking for a complete system." Peter looked at him carefully. Theo was accustomed to people recognizing him. Peter apparently did not. That made Theo more curious. "Tell me the part you understand." Peter placed the final handful of rice into the bag. Then he said, "Whatever begins because conditions gather can end when those conditions are no longer fed." Theo waited for more. Peter tied the damaged bag. "That is all?" "That is the part I understand." Theo almost dismissed it. The sentence sounded too simple. Everything begins through conditions. Everything ends when conditions change. Cause and effect. He had taught more complex versions in university courses. He had discussed dependent processes with neuroscientists. He had written about the constructed self. There was nothing new in Peter's words. Then Theo noticed what his mind was doing. He was comparing, ranking, protecting expertise. A feeling of superiority had appeared because certain conditions gathered. Recognition of a familiar idea, attachment to identity. Fear that an uneducated explanation might expose how little his education had changed him. The feeling was not Theo. It had arisen. It was being fed. He stopped feeding it for one breath. The superiority weakened. Something opened. Theo looked at the spilled rice. The angry man's accusation had struck Peter. Physical sensations appeared. Thoughts appeared. A desire to defend appeared. Peter had seen the conditions before they became action. The chain had been interrupted. Theo turned the sentence toward his own life. Praise arrived. Pleasure arose. The desire for more praise followed. That desire created performance. Performance created fear of exposure. Fear created control. Control created distance. Distance created loneliness. Then, loneliness increased the need for praise. No permanent prison had been built. A process was being fed. Theo thought of Damien. Confusion created dependence. Dependence protected Damien's authority. The student's need for certainty fed the teacher, who claimed certainty was impossible. Theo's fear of admitting error fed his continued loyalty. The organization survived through conditions. It was not an unchangeable reality. Theo thought of his father, a question at dinner, the pressure to answer, the pleasure of approval, the fear of failure. Decades later, the child was gone, the dinner table was gone, and his father was gone. Yet Theo continued feeding the same conditions before every audience. He felt pressure in his throat. Peter noticed. "Are you all right?" Theo nodded, then realized he did not know. "I have heard versions of that sentence before. I assumed you had." "How? You speak like someone who has read many books." Theo almost smiled. Why did it sound different now? Peter lifted the bag of rice. "I do not know." Theo followed him toward a storage shelf. "Where is Amara Singh?" Peter gave him the address of a small meditation center in Roxbury. "When does she teach?" "Thursday evenings." "This is Thursday." "Yes." Theo checked the time. The meeting began in 2 hours. He removed his phone and called Isaac. Isaac answered from New York. "I am about to lead a group. Cancel it." "What happened?" "I found something." Isaac became silent. Neither man had used those words in 20 years. "What did you find?" "I do not know yet." "That sounds like everything else." "No." Theo walked toward a quiet corner. "Listen carefully." He repeated Peter's sentence. "Whatever begins because conditions gather can end when those conditions are no longer fed." Isaac waited. Theo heard people moving inside the pantry. "What does that mean to you?" he asked. Isaac did not answer immediately. Then he said, "Say it again." Theo repeated it. Isaac closed the door of his office. A client's death appeared in his mind. For years, Isaac had treated the guilt as proof that he cared. The guilt depended on memory. Memory activated love and helplessness. Helplessness created the thought that he should have had control. That thought produced self-accusation. Self-accusation gave him the temporary feeling that the death could have been prevented if he had been better. The feeling was painful. It was also easier than accepting that another human being had remained beyond his control. The guilt was not a permanent truth. It was a process. Isaac sat down. Theo heard his breathing change. "Are you there?" "Yes." "What happened?" "I saw it." "What?" "How I keep rebuilding the same room." Theo leaned against the wall. Isaac continued. "I walk into the memory. I accuse myself. Then, I use the accusation as proof that I am still connected to him." Theo felt tears in his eyes. "Can it stop?" "I do not know." "Are you feeding it now?" Isaac closed his eyes. The memory remained. The pain remained. He did not add the sentence that usually followed. "I should have saved him." The pain changed, not disappeared. Changed. "Yes," Isaac whispered. "It can stop." Theo looked toward Peter. The man was arranging canned beans on a shelf. No one around him knew that 2 public spiritual teachers were experiencing the collapse of a 20-year search because of a sentence he almost refused to speak. "I am meeting Peter's teacher tonight," Theo said. "I will take the next train. You have a group." I am cancelling it. You have never cancelled. I know. Isaac arrived after the meeting began. Theo sat near the back. Amara Singh was a 70-year-old Indian-American woman who wore plain black pants and a blue sweater. She did not sit on a raised platform. She did not receive an introduction. She was speaking about irritation. When irritation appears, she said, most people ask who caused it. Practice asks what supports it. Isaac entered quietly and sat beside Theo. Neither spoke. Amara continued. The mind says, I am angry because that person acted badly. That may be partly true, but the anger also depends on expectation, fatigue, memory, fear, and the wish to control what has already happened. She held up one hand. When conditions gather, an experience appears. Then she opened the hand. When conditions change, the experience changes. Theo and Isaac looked at each other. The teaching was not delivered dramatically. No music followed it. No one gasped. Amara moved to the next point. Yet the two friends knew they had reached the person behind Peter's sentence. After the meeting, several students approached Amara. Theo and Isaac waited. They were accustomed to being recognized. No one at the center appeared to know them. When their turn came, Theo introduced himself. Amara nodded. Isaac introduced himself. She nodded again. Theo explained the promise they had made as teenagers. He described the years of searching. He described Damien Cross. He described Peter and the sentence. Amara listened. When Theo finished, he expected a response about destiny, readiness, or the path that had brought them there. Amara asked, "Who is cleaning the meeting room tonight?" Theo looked toward the cushions. "I do not know. You two can help." Isaac almost laughed. Theo thought she had misunderstood. "We came to ask whether we could study with you." "Yes." "Is cleaning part of the study?" "Tonight it is." They stacked chairs. They folded blankets. They swept the floor. Peter worked beside them. He had arrived late after finishing at the pantry. Theo asked why he had not mentioned that Amara's teaching was Buddhist. Peter shrugged. "You asked what I understood." The three men cleaned until the room was empty. Before leaving, Amara told Theo and Isaac they could return the following morning at 6. Theo asked whether there was an application process. "Arrive at 6, she said. "Do you accept everyone?" "No." "How do you decide?" "Tomorrow, I will see whether you arrive." They arrived at 5:30. The center was locked. They waited outside until Amara arrived at 6. "You are early," she said. Theo expected approval. Amara handed him a key and asked him to open the door. For 3 months, Theo and Isaac attended daily practice whenever their work allowed. They expected advanced instruction. Amara repeatedly returned to basic experiences: breathing, sensation, feeling, thought, reaction, intention, action. She asked them to observe how each movement depended on the one before it. Theo understood the framework quickly. That became his first obstacle. He could explain the process before experiencing it. During discussions, he translated practice into philosophical language. Other students admired him. Amara did not. One morning, Theo described how personal identity emerged from interacting cognitive systems. Amara listened. Then she asked, "What happened when the man beside you coughed during meditation?" Theo paused. "I became irritated." What supported the irritation? The belief that he should control the cough. What else? The desire to concentrate. What else? Theo thought. Fear that the session was being wasted. What else? My judgment that serious practitioners should not disturb others. Amara nodded. "Did interacting cognitive systems make you move 3 seats away?" Several people laughed. Theo felt embarrassed. Amara saw it. What supports embarrassment? Theo almost answered with theory. He stopped. Heat in the face, tightness in the chest, the thought that others now considered him foolish, the desire to restore status through a clever answer. He remained silent. Amara smiled slightly. "Now you are studying." Isaac faced a different obstacle. He could enter deep concentration quickly. During meditation, his body sometimes seemed to disappear. Thought became quiet. He experienced joy and stillness greater than anything he had known. Afterward, ordinary life felt disappointing. He began extending his practice. He avoided conversations that disturbed the calm. He cancelled therapy clients whose emotional intensity felt overwhelming. Amara asked why. I need to protect the practice. From what? Agitation. Does your peace depend on no one being agitated near you? For now, then, it is not peace, it is controlled weather. Isaac became defensive. These states are real. Yes, they show that the mind can become free. They show that certain conditions produce stillness. Is that not the purpose? What happens when those conditions end? Isaac looked away. The stillness ended. He resented its ending. That resentment became another form of suffering. Amara told him to resume work with clients and observe what happened when calm was interrupted. Isaac resisted. People come to me with years of pain. Yes, I absorb it, then learn the difference between compassion and possession. What does that mean? You take responsibility for feelings that did not begin inside you, then punish yourself for failing to control them. Isaac thought of the client who died. Amara continued, listening is a condition for compassion. Believing you must save everyone is a condition for despair. Isaac returned to therapy. He listened differently. When a client cried, he noticed the urge to stop the tears. When someone expressed hopelessness, he noticed his fear of being blamed. When a session ended without resolution, he noticed the belief that useful work must produce visible relief. He did not become indifferent. He became less controlling. Clients felt the difference. One woman told him, "You used to look calm, but I could feel you waiting for me to improve." Isaac nodded. "I was. What changed?" "I am trying to let your life belong to you." She stared at him. "Does that mean you care less?" "No. It means I am learning how to care without making your recovery prove something about me." Theo and Isaac continued teaching inside open ground during the first month of studying with Amara. They had not told Damien. They wanted to understand more before acting. Again, delay disguised itself as responsibility. Then a young open ground student named Emily requested a private meeting. She had reported that a senior facilitator behaved inappropriately toward her during a retreat. The organization investigated itself. The facilitator denied the accusation. Damien advised Emily to examine whether past trauma had shaped her interpretation. She came to Theo and Isaac because she trusted them. "I know what happened," she said, "but every conversation makes me doubt myself." Isaac felt anger. Theo felt fear. If they challenged Damien publicly, open ground might collapse. Employees could lose jobs. Students could become disillusioned. Their own reputations would be questioned. Theo heard Peter's sentence. Whatever begins because conditions gather can end when those conditions are no longer fed. The organization's silence depended on fear. Their continued participation fed it. Theo asked Emily what she needed. "I need someone to say that uncertainty does not mean I have to stay near him." Isaac answered first. "You do not have to stay near him." Theo nodded. "We will support you." They met Damien the following morning. He listened while Theo explained their concerns. Damien sat behind a large desk. "You have been studying elsewhere," he said. The statement surprised them. "How did you know?" Isaac asked. "You both speak with the confidence of recent converts." Theo felt the insult. He noticed the conditions forming. Defend intelligence. Win argument. Expose hypocrisy. He let the first impulse pass. "We have been practicing with Amara Singh." Damien leaned back. "A traditional teacher?" "Yes. She teaches doctrine. She teaches causation." "Every doctrine teaches causation." Theo repeated the sentence Peter had given him. Damien smiled. "That is elementary. I thought so too. And now I see that calling something elementary can protect us from practicing it." Damien's expression hardened. Isaac spoke about Emily's complaint. Damien interrupted. "You are combining unrelated issues. Because you need moral justification to leave. We do not need justification, Isaac said. We are leaving. The room became still. Damien looked from one man to the other. You built your careers here. We had careers before you, Theo said. You had an audience. I gave you a path. You gave us a place to question everything except the place itself. Damien stood. You think this woman has shown you final truth? No, Theo said. Then what has she shown you? How suffering is fed? Damien laughed. You reduce the mystery of existence to a chain of conditions. Isaac answered. A starving person does not need mystery around the locked pantry. He needs to see what keeps the door closed. Damien walked toward the window. You will divide the community. The division already exists, Theo said. You will confuse thousands of people. They are already confused. You will destroy work that has helped them. Theo felt the weight of the accusation. Some work had helped. That truth did not require denial. We are not saying nothing good happened here. Then stay and improve it. We tried. No. You stayed close enough to benefit and distant enough to preserve your innocence. The words landed accurately. Theo did not defend himself. Damien saw the silence and continued. You need me to become the villain so you can become courageous. No, Theo said. We need to stop feeding what we know is harmful. Damien looked at Isaac. You were nothing before this organization. Isaac's face changed. Damien continued. I gave you credibility beyond a therapy office. I put you in front of thousands. Isaac felt shame rise, then anger, then the desire to wound Damien in return. He observed each condition. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady. You gave me a larger room. You did not give me the capacity to listen. Damien returned to his chair. How many people do you think will follow you? We are not asking anyone to follow, Theo said. Do not pretend. Students always choose sides. Theo thought of the original promise. Truth before career. Truth before approval. Truth before audience. We will tell them why we are leaving, he said. They can decide. Damien became quiet. Then he asked, how many people in the world truly want to understand themselves? Theo did not know where the question was leading. Probably few. And how many want comfort, identity, and someone to admire? Many. Damien smiled without warmth. Then take the few who enjoy discipline and difficult truths. The rest will remain with me. Isaac stared at him. For the first time, Damien had spoken openly about the people he claimed to free. Not students, not human beings. An audience he understood how to keep. Theo and Isaac left. Their public statement was brief. They did not reveal Emily's name. They acknowledged their own role in supporting a system that discouraged accountability. They apologized without asking their audience to reassure them. Open Ground responded by accusing them of ambition, disloyalty, and spiritual immaturity. Online arguments spread. Some people defended Damien. Some defended Theo and Isaac. Some treated the conflict as entertainment. Nearly half of the organization's senior students requested meetings with Amara. She refused to receive them as a group. I do not collect disappointed followers, she said. Those who wanted to practice could attend ordinary sessions. No reserved seats, no private initiation, no promise of leadership. Some came once and never returned. Others stayed. Theo and Isaac lost speaking contracts. Their publisher delayed a new book. Several friends stopped calling. Their income decreased. For the first time in years, they entered rooms where their names did not guarantee respect. The loss hurt. It also revealed what their former lives had depended on. Praise had been a condition. Status had been a condition. Fear had been a condition. None was permanent. Neither was disgrace. 1 year after leaving Open Ground, Theo and Isaac ended the honest search. Listeners were surprised. The podcast remained successful. Advertisers offered more money, Theo explained during the final episode. We began this project because we were searching for something true, Isaac continued. Over time, Searching became a place to live. We learned how to ask questions that kept us important. Theo looked toward his friend. The search changed when we saw that suffering is not a mysterious punishment attached to a permanent self. It arises through conditions. And because it arises through conditions, Isaac said, our next action matters. They did not announce a new brand. They did not sell a course. They invited listeners to examine one recurring form of suffering and ask what continued feeding it. After recording, Theo turned off the microphones. Neither spoke. For 20 years, their friendship had been organized around seeking. Now the public search had ended. Isaac asked, "What are we without it?" Theo smiled. That sounds like the next thing to observe. They continued studying with Amara. Theo became known inside the community for explaining difficult teachings clearly. Amara warned him often. Clarity can become another place to hide. Isaac developed an ability to guide people through intense emotional states without becoming overwhelmed. Amara warned him too. Being needed can become another form of hunger. Neither man graduated from the warnings. That was part of the practice. Several years later, Amara asked them to teach a weekend retreat together. More than 200 people registered. Many knew them from their former careers. Theo prepared detailed notes. Isaac planned guided practices. Before the first session, they found Peter arranging water cups. He still volunteered at the food pantry. He still refused to call himself a teacher. Theo approached him. "You should sit in the front." Peter shook his head. "I am comfortable here. This retreat exists because of what you told me." "No." Theo looked at him. Peter continued. "The teaching existed before I said it. Your friendship existed before you heard it. The conditions gathered." Isaac smiled. "You still explain very little. That is what I am qualified to do." The retreat began. During the final session, a young man raised his hand. He described years of anxiety. He had read many books, attended therapy, changed jobs, ended relationships, and moved across the country. Nothing had given him permanent peace. "What am I missing?" he asked. Theo felt the familiar desire to offer a complete answer. The audience waited. His mind assembled frameworks: childhood conditioning, avoidance, identity, craving, fear. He noticed Peter standing near the back, holding an empty tray. Theo placed his notes down. "What happens first when anxiety begins?" he asked. The young man thought. "My chest tightens. Then, I think something is wrong. Then, I search for what caused it. Then, I imagine every possible problem. Then, I try to escape the feeling. Does escape reduce it? For a few minutes. And what does that teach the mind?" The young man became quiet. That the feeling was dangerous. Theo nodded. "And the next time, it becomes stronger." Isaac leaned forward. "Nothing in that chain means you are broken." The young man looked at him. "It means certain conditions have been practiced repeatedly. Can they change?" Isaac glanced toward Theo. Theo repeated the sentence that had ended their search. "Whatever begins, because conditions gather, can end when those conditions are no longer fed." The young man began crying, not because his anxiety disappeared, because for the first time, someone had described it without turning it into his identity. After the retreat, participants left slowly. Theo and Isaac remained to stack chairs. Peter collected the cups. Amara swept near the doorway. No one discussed whether the weekend had been successful. No one counted tears, compliments, or transformations. Isaac lifted one side of a folding table. Theo took the other. Together, they carried it into storage. At 17, they had promised that whoever found truth first would tell the other immediately. Neither had imagined that truth would arrive without a grand vision, a supernatural event, or a perfect teacher. It had arrived beside a torn bag of rice. It had been spoken by a beginner. It did not answer every question about death, consciousness, or the universe. It revealed something more useful. Suffering was not a sentence imposed on a permanent person. It was an event supported by conditions. Fear could be fed. Anger could be fed. Shame could be fed. Compassion could also be fed. Attention could be fed. Honesty could be fed. Freedom did not require discovering one final idea powerful enough to control life. It began by seeing what the next moment depended on. The Buddhist teaching of dependent arising does not tell us that pain is imaginary or that every hardship is our own fault. It shows that experiences do not appear alone. They emerge through causes, habits, memories, environments, choices, and conditions gathered over time. This is difficult news because it asks us to examine what we keep feeding. It is also hopeful news because anything supported by conditions can change when those conditions change. Theo and Isaac searched for a truth that could never be questioned. What they found was a truth that had to be practiced. Before suffering becomes another word for who we are, we can look closely at what keeps rebuilding it. Sometimes freedom begins not with a complete answer, but with one honest question. What am I feeding now? Story 8. The man everyone walked past. For 37 years, people handed Elijah Brooks their garbage without ever learning his name. Then one morning, the most respected spiritual teacher in America crossed a crowded hospital lobby, walked past the surgeons waiting to greet her, and stopped directly in front of him. Elijah nearly dropped the bag in his hands. He was 61 years old and worked on the environmental services team at St. Matthew Medical Center in Atlanta. His uniform was grey. His identification badge hung beneath his jacket, where no one could see it. His cart carried disinfectant, gloves, plastic liners, and a container marked for dangerous waste. He entered rooms after everyone important had left. He removed what people no longer wanted: blood-stained sheets, used gloves, food trays, broken equipment, flowers that had died beside empty beds. Most patients never noticed him. Most physicians spoke around him. Visitors sometimes handed him cups or tissues without looking at his face. Elijah had learned how to make these moments easier. He stepped aside before anyone asked. He kept his eyes lowered in elevators. He waited for executives to pass through doors first. When a physician entered a hallway, Elijah moved his cart against the wall. When administrators held meetings near the lobby, he found another route. He called everyone sir or ma'am. People rarely called him anything. This had not always bothered him. When Elijah was young, invisibility felt like protection. He grew up in a public housing complex where attention often meant trouble. His father disappeared before Elijah learned to read. His mother worked nights in a laundry and slept during the day. Elijah learned early that good children required little. He prepared his own meals. He walked himself to school. He kept quiet when his mother was tired. Teachers described him as respectful. What they meant was that he never interrupted. By 9th grade, Elijah was missing classes to work at a grocery warehouse. His mother's health had begun to fail. Bills arrived faster than wages. When the school threatened to remove him for poor attendance, Elijah left before they could. He told himself he would finish later. Later became a warehouse job, then a second job washing dishes, then marriage, then children, then his mother's medical bills. Years kept arriving with something more urgent than the life he had imagined. Elijah never finished high school. He learned to hide that fact carefully. When forms required education history, he left the section blank. When co-workers discussed books, he listened. When his children asked for help with homework, he told them their mother understood the new methods better. He could read simple instructions. He could recognize labels and complete familiar forms. Long paragraphs became walls. Words moved when he stared too long. He had spent his entire life making sure no one discovered how much he did not understand. The hospital hired him when he was 24. The work was steady. The benefits covered his family. No one asked him to explain ideas in front of a room. No one placed a book in his hands and waited. He learned every flaw. He learned which machines could be unplugged and which could not. He learned how to clean a room where someone had died without disturbing the family's final moments. He learned how to enter quietly when patients were sleeping. He learned which nurses spoke kindly when exhausted and which became cruel. He learned that wealthy people were just as frightened before surgery as poor people. He learned that the human body made the same mess regardless of the name on the chart. Elijah saw things doctors did not see. He saw the patient who stopped eating after his children quit visiting. He saw the woman who smiled for her family, then cried into her pillow after they left. He saw the nurse who spent every lunch break inside a supply room because her husband had moved out. He saw the young physician wash his hands for 15 minutes after losing his first patient. Elijah never knew what to say. He emptied the bin. He replaced the liner. He sometimes remained in the room a few seconds longer than necessary. People occasionally spoke when he did. Perhaps they felt safe because they believed he did not matter enough to judge them. A dying man once told Elijah that he had not spoken to his son in 20 years. A woman awaiting a transplant confessed that she was relieved when another person died because it meant she might receive an organ. A surgeon whispered that he no longer believed he was good enough to operate. Elijah listened to all of them. When they finished, he returned to work. He never told anyone what he heard. At home, Elijah's life was falling apart. His wife, Denise, had left after 26 years of marriage. She said she was tired of living beside a man who apologized for occupying space. Elijah did not understand. "I work every day," he said. "I know. I never hit you. I know. I gave the children everything I could. I know. Then what did I do?" Denise looked at him with tears in her eyes. "You disappeared while standing directly in front of us." The sentence made no sense to Elijah. He had been there. He had driven children to school. He had worked overtime. He had repaired the house. He had sat in church every Sunday. He had paid bills before buying anything for himself. How could someone disappear while doing all of that? Denise moved to North Carolina. Their children were adults by then. They called him, but the calls remained short. His daughter, Maya, invited him to visit. Elijah always found a reason not to go. Her husband was a lawyer. Their friends were educated. Their home contained shelves full of books. Elijah imagined sitting at dinner while someone asked what he thought about politics, history, or religion. He imagined the silence after his answer. He told Maya that the hospital needed him. The hospital always needed him. It was the one place where no one expected him to be more than useful. On the morning, everything changed. St. Matthew Medical Center was preparing for Dr. Helen Ward. Helen was a physician, meditation teacher, and author whose work on compassion in medicine had transformed hospitals across the country. She had advised national health organizations. She had spoken before Congress. Her lectures filled auditoriums. Doctors quoted her books. Nurses shared recordings of her talks after difficult shifts. St. Matthew had invited her to speak about burnout, grief, and human dignity in healthcare. Administrators had been preparing for weeks. Fresh flowers appeared in the lobby. Security officers received photographs of her. Department heads arranged themselves near the entrance. The chief executive officer stood with the chief of surgery and several members of the hospital board. Elijah knew none of this. He had been assigned to remove waste from a reception held the previous evening. His cart was overloaded. One bag had begun leaking coffee onto the floor. He was trying to reach the service elevator before anyone noticed. Then, the main doors opened. Helen Ward entered with 2 assistants. The executives moved toward her. Elijah saw the group and immediately pushed his cart against the wall. He lowered his head. He wanted to become part of the background before anyone important looked in his direction. Helen greeted the hospital leaders. They extended their hands. She spoke briefly with the chief executive officer. Then she looked across the lobby. Her eyes stopped on Elijah. He assumed she was looking at the leaking bag. He moved the cart closer to the wall. Helen began walking toward him. The chief executive officer followed. "Dr. Ward, the conference room is this way." Helen continued walking. Elijah looked behind himself. No one was there. She stopped in front of his cart. "Good morning," she said. Elijah glanced toward the executives. They appeared confused. "Good morning, ma'am. What is your name?" He touched the identification badge beneath his jacket. "Elijah." "Elijah what?" "Brooks." She extended her hand. I am Helen. Elijah looked at her hand. He was wearing gloves. One glove had touched a bag containing medical waste. He pulled both hands back. My gloves are dirty. Helen lowered her hand without embarrassment. Then we will not shake. The chief executive officer stepped closer. Elijah is part of our environmental services department. Elijah heard the tone. It was the voice people used when explaining equipment. Helen kept her attention on him. How long have you worked here? 37 years. Several administrators looked surprised. The hospital had celebrated employee anniversaries. No one in the group remembered his. Helen asked, "What have you learned in 37 years?" Elijah smiled nervously. "I learned how to keep the place clean. Only that." Elijah looked toward the executives. He wanted the conversation to end. People were watching. He knew what happened when a man without education spoke too long around people with titles. "I should move this cart." Helen stepped aside. "You may." Elijah pushed the cart toward the service elevator. He expected her to return to the waiting officials. Instead, she walked beside him. The chief executive officer followed for several steps. "Dr. Ward, your first meeting begins in 10 minutes. Helen nodded. "I will be there." She continued with Elijah. He felt trapped. "You do not have to come this way," he said. "I know. This elevator is for staff. You are staff." "Yes, ma'am, and I am with you." Elijah pressed the elevator button. Helen stood beside him. Neither assistant followed. The executives remained in the lobby. The doors opened. Elijah pushed the cart inside. Helen entered. The service elevator smelled of disinfectant and old food. Elijah pressed the basement button. Helen asked, "Do people speak to you here?" He looked at her. "Yes, ma'am." "Do they speak with you?" Elijah did not know how to answer. Helen waited. "Sometimes." "What do they tell you?" "Things I cannot repeat." Helen smiled. "That means they trust you. They forget I am there. Those may not be different." The elevator began moving. Elijah watched the floor numbers. Helen studied the cart. "Do you enter patient rooms?" "Every shift. Before or after the medical team?" "Usually after." "Then you know what remains after everyone has said what they were trained to say." Elijah looked at her. She continued, "What do people need when the room becomes quiet?" He thought of the dying man, the transplant patient, the surgeon washing his hands. "I do not know." Helen waited. Elijah felt pressured. "I listen sometimes. That is something. I do not give advice." "Good." He looked at her again. Most people believed advice was proof of intelligence. Helen said it as though not giving advice could be wisdom. The elevator reached the basement. Elijah moved the cart toward the waste collection area. Helen followed. "You are going to be late," he said. "Yes, they are waiting for you." "So are you." Elijah stopped. "No, ma'am." "No? I did not ask for anything." Helen looked at him carefully. People rarely ask for what they have been trained not to expect. The sentence made him uncomfortable. He turned toward the collection area. A supervisor named Marcus saw them and hurried over. "Dr. Ward, is there a problem?" "No." Marcus looked at Elijah. "Did something happen upstairs?" "No," Helen said. "Elijah and I were talking." Marcus's expression changed. He appeared to be searching his memory for Elijah's name. Helen asked, "Does he have a break this morning?" Marcus looked at the schedule on his tablet. "At 10:30. May I speak with him then?" Marcus glanced at Elijah, as though permission belonged entirely to management. "I suppose." Helen turned toward Elijah. "Would you meet me?" Elijah's first instinct was to refuse. He did not know what she wanted. Perhaps she had misunderstood him. Perhaps this was a public demonstration for her lecture. Perhaps she wanted to place him on stage as an example of the invisible worker. He had seen executives do that. They praised people like Elijah in front of an audience, then walked past them the following morning. "I have work," he said. Helen nodded. "At 10:30? A break. Then meet me during your break." Elijah looked at Marcus. His supervisor was watching closely. Saying no would create questions. Yes, ma'am. Helen left. Marcus waited until she was gone. What did you say to her? Nothing. She followed you into the basement. I know. Why? I do not know. Marcus looked suspicious. Be careful. Of what? Marcus glanced toward the elevator. People like that hear a few words and think they understand your whole life. Elijah nodded. Marcus returned to his office. At 10:25, Elijah considered skipping the meeting. He could tell Marcus an emergency had occurred. He could remain on another floor. Helen would leave after the lecture. The entire moment could disappear. At 10:29, an assistant found him. Dr. Ward is waiting in the chapel. Elijah removed his gloves. He washed his hands twice. Then he entered the hospital chapel. Helen sat in the second row. No cameras, no administrators, no assistants. Elijah remained near the door. You can sit, she said. He chose the far end of the row behind her. Helen turned. I cannot speak with you from there. I can hear. I would like to see you. Elijah moved to the opposite end of her row. She waited. He moved one seat closer. Helen did not ask him to move again. What do you want? Elijah asked. The words came out more sharply than he intended. Helen did not appear offended. To understand why a man who has listened to suffering for 37 years believes he has nothing to say. Elijah laughed nervously. You got all that from an elevator? No. I got the question from the elevator. I clean rooms. Yes, that is all. Helen looked toward the front of the chapel. Who told you that? No one had to. Then someone told you many times. Elijah felt heat in his face. He stood. I should go. Helen did not stop him. At the door, she said, Do you read? Elijah froze her. The question found the oldest wound in him. He could lie. He had lied before. Slowly, not much. When I have time. He turned around. Helen was still seated. Why? I would like to give you a book. Elijah's chest tightened. I have books. Do you read them? He looked at the floor. No. Helen waited. Elijah hated the silence. He hated her for creating it. I left school, he said. How old were you? 15. Can you read? Some. Enough to hide that it is difficult? Elijah's eyes rose. No one had ever named it so directly. He wanted to leave. He also wanted to remain with the only person who had asked, without making him feel small. Yes. Helen nodded. I did the same thing with numbers. Elijah frowned. You are a doctor. I failed mathematics twice before medical school. That is not the same. No. She did not pretend it was. Elijah sat again. My daughter thinks I read her messages, he said. Do you? The short ones. What about the long ones? I call her and talk about something else. Helen looked at him. Does she know? No. Are you sure? Elijah thought of Maya's careful wording, the voice messages she began sending instead of long texts, the invitations she repeated without frustration. Perhaps she knew. The possibility filled him with shame. Helen asked, Would you like to learn? Elijah looked away. At 61? Yes. What would be the point? What was the point at 16? Elijah laughed bitterly. At 16, I could have become something. Helen's voice changed. You became something. He shook his head. I collect what people throw away. You have watched thousands of people become frightened, ill, relieved, grateful, angry, and dead. Elijah's breathing slowed. You have remained in rooms everyone else was eager to leave. She leaned slightly toward him. You have learned how to be present without taking control. Most professionals spend years trying to learn that. I am not a professional. You are confusing profession with wisdom. Elijah looked toward the chapel door. What do you want me to become? Helen answered immediately. Visible to yourself. The words entered him more deeply than he expected. Denise's voice returned. You disappeared while standing directly in front of us. Elijah remained silent. Helen reached into her bag and removed a small audio player. There are guided practices on this. I do not meditate. You listen. That is not meditation. It can be. She placed the device on the seat between them. Elijah did not touch it. I do not belong in those groups. What groups? People who understand this. Helen looked at him for a long moment. Understanding is not an entrance requirement. Elijah stared at the audio player. What is being alive? He almost smiled. Then he remembered the lobby, the executives, the leaking garbage bag, the invisible man suddenly selected by someone famous. Are you doing this because of your lecture? No. Will you tell people about me? Not without permission. Will you use me as an example? No. Then why? Helen answered softly. Because I saw you move against the wall before anyone asked you to. Elijah's throat tightened. She continued, You did it as though the space naturally belonged to everyone else. He looked down. Helen stood. My lecture begins soon. She placed a card beside the audio player. It contained a phone number and the address of a community meditation center. I teach there once a month. Other teachers lead weekly meetings. Elijah did not pick up the card. Helen walked toward the door. Before leaving, she turned. You have spent 37 years entering rooms after suffering happened. He looked at her. You do not have to remain the last person in the room. Then she left. Elias sat alone. His break ended. He remained for 5 more minutes. Then he placed the audio player and card in his pocket. For 3 weeks, he did not use them. He carried both objects every day. At home, he placed them on the kitchen table. Before work, he moved them to a drawer. After work, he removed them again. One evening, Maya called. Are you coming for Thanksgiving? I may have to work. Dad, they need people. You have worked every Thanksgiving for 6 years. Someone has to. Why does it always have to be you? Elijah became defensive. I am dependable. I know. Then what is the problem? Maya became quiet. Elijah hated when people became quiet. Silence made him feel as though an answer was expected. Finally, she said, Do you think we do not want you there? I did not say that. You never come. I do not fit in with your friends. They are not coming. Your husband's family will be there. They like you. They are educated. Maya Sihil. The sound hurt. Dad, they do not care where you went to school. You do not know that. I know them. You think you do. Maya became silent again. Then she asked, Can you read the messages I send you? Elijah stopped breathing. The question had arrived without warning. He looked toward the audio player on the table. What kind of question is that? An honest one. I read. That is not what I asked. Anger rose because fear had nowhere else to go. I worked my whole life so you could go to college. I know. I did not have people helping me. I know. You think because you have degrees, you understand everything. No. You think I am stupid. Maya began crying. The sound passed through every defense he had built. I have never thought that. Elijah gripped the phone. Then why ask me? Because I send you things about my life and you never answer them. You call and ask about the weather. You talk about the hospital. You change the subject. Elijah sat down. Maya continued. I thought you did not care. He closed his eyes. I care. Then tell me what is happening. Elijah could not say it. The words felt heavier than any waste container he had lifted. Maya waited. Elijah looked at the long message visible on his phone. He recognized several words. Not enough to understand the whole thing. I cannot read it, he whispered. Maya said nothing. He forced himself to continue. I can read some, not like you, not long things. His face burned, even though he was alone. I left school. I never learned properly. I hide it. Maya's breathing changed. Elijah prepared for pity. It did not come. Dad, she said, why did you not tell me? Because I am your father. What does that have to do with anything? A father should not need his daughter to read for him. Maya answered immediately. A daughter should not have to spend 20 years wondering why her father does not care about what she says. The truth hurt. Elijah did not defend himself. I am sorry. Maya cried harder. So am I. They remained on the phone. Neither tried to repair everything in one conversation. Maya read her message aloud. She had written about problems at work. A supervisor had taken credit for one of her projects. She had wanted her father's advice. Elijah listened. When she finished, he said, "You should not make yourself smaller to help that man feel important." Maya became quiet. Then she laughed through her tears. "What? That is exactly what I needed." Elijah looked at the audio player. The following evening, he pressed the power button. Helen's voice entered his kitchen. She instructed the listener to sit in a way that did not require performance. Elijah almost turned it off. The phrase felt directed at him. She asked him to feel the contact between his body and the chair. She asked him to notice the breath. She said nothing needed to be forced. Within 1 minute, Elijah remembered every reason he did not belong. He was not educated. He did not understand religion. He had wasted too many years. He was too old. Other people knew the right words. Other people could sit without feeling foolish. Helen's recorded voice continued. When the mind tells you that you are the wrong person for this moment, notice that the thought has appeared inside the moment. It does not own it. Elijah remained seated. The practice lasted 12 minutes. He completed 7. The next night, he completed 9. Within 2 weeks, he completed all 12. Then he called the number on Helen's card. A woman answered. Elijah nearly disconnected. "I want to know about the meetings," he said. She gave him the schedule. "Do I need to register?" "No." "Is there a fee?" "Donations are optional." "Do I need to bring anything?" "Only yourself." Elijah almost said that might not be enough. He attended the following Tuesday. The meditation center operated inside a converted house. People left their shoes near the entrance. Elijah kept his on. He sat closest to the door. The teacher asked everyone to introduce themselves. When Elijah's turn came, he said, "I work at a hospital." The man beside him said, "What do you do?" Elijah prepared the usual answer, "Environmental services." It sounded cleaner than garbage. Instead, he said, "I remove waste and prepare rooms." The man nodded. "My wife was in the hospital for 6 months. People doing your work kept her alive as much as anybody." Elijah looked at him. The man was not being polite. He believed what he had said. Elijah returned the next week. Then the next. Helen taught at the center 1 month later. She saw him near the door. She did not greet him publicly. She did not announce that she had brought him there. She sat at the front and taught the entire group. Afterward, Elijah approached her. "I have been listening." "I know." "How?" "The center told me someone named Elijah had called." He frowned. "You asked them?" "No. They knew I had given you the number." Elijah nodded. Helen looked at his shoes. "You still keep those on. I may need to leave." "Have you?" "No." "Then they have been waiting longer than you have." Elijah laughed. It surprised him. Helen pointed toward a chair. They sat. "I want to learn to read," he said. "Good. I do not know where to begin." "Yes, you do." He waited. She handed him a card. It listed an adult literacy program at a public library. Elijah's chest tightened. "A library?" "Yes. People will know. The people there. Everyone." Helen looked at him. "Everyone already knows something about you that is not true." "What?" "That you have nothing to teach." Elijah stared at the card. The following Thursday, he entered the library. A volunteer named Rosa Martinez assessed his reading level. Elijah apologized after every mistake. Rosa finally placed her pencil down. "Stop." He looked up. "You are not wasting my time." "I know." "No, you do not." She leaned toward him. "You apologize before every difficult word. That means part of your mind is working on the word, and another part is preparing to be ashamed." Elijah looked away. Rosa continued. "We need both parts for reading." He smiled slightly. Rosa taught him twice a week. At first, progress was slow. Elijah confused similar words. Long sentences exhausted him. He sometimes understood a paragraph, but could not explain it. He nearly quit after another student read aloud more easily than he could. Rosa stopped him at the door. Where are you going? I am too old. For what? This. Did age stop you from learning every hallway in a 12-story hospital? That is different. Did age stop you from memorizing safety procedures? No. Did age stop you from knowing when a patient is afraid before they say it? Elijah looked at her. Rosa pointed toward the chair. Sit down, he returned. Months passed. Elijah read his first full book at 62. It was a short collection of teachings Helen had written about grief and compassion. He read slowly. He underlined sentences. He used an audio recording when words became difficult. When he reached the final page, he called Maya. I finished it. What? A book. Maya became silent. Elijah worried the call had disconnected. Then he heard her crying. Why are you crying? Because I am proud of you. Elijah did not know what to do with praise that was not connected to sacrifice. He allowed it to remain. He visited Maya for Thanksgiving. Her husband's family attended. One man asked what Elijah did at the hospital. Elijah answered directly, I clean rooms and handle medical waste. The man said, that must be difficult. It can be. What have you learned doing it? The same question Helen had asked in the lobby. This time, Elijah did not escape. I learned that people tell the truth after everyone important leaves. The table became quiet. Elijah continued. I learned that most frightened people do not need advice first. They need someone who does not become frightened by their fear. Maya looked at him. Her husband lowered his fork. Elijah felt the old impulse to apologize for speaking too long. He did not. The man across from him asked, how did you learn that? By entering rooms. The conversation continued. No one laughed. No one exposed him. No one required a degree before listening. At the hospital, Elijah began sitting with patients more intentionally. He still completed his work. He did not pretend to be a counselor. He did not offer medical advice. When someone wanted to speak, he listened without rushing. A nurse named Allison noticed. She had been caring for a teenager with terminal cancer. The boy refused to speak with the hospital chaplain or social worker. He spoke with Elijah. Allison asked what Elijah said to him. Almost nothing. He talks to you for 20 minutes. He does most of it. What does he say? That belongs to him. Allison studied Elijah. Then she asked, would you help us train volunteers to listen better? He laughed. I clean rooms. I know. I am not qualified. You are already doing what we are trying to teach. Elijah refused. The request returned. A physician asked him, then a social worker, then Helen, who had heard from the hospital. You are all confused, Elijah told her. Possibly. I do not speak in front of people. You speak with dying patients. That is different. Yes. The audience is usually more honest. Elijah smiled despite himself. Helen asked him to assist with a small workshop. He agreed on the condition that he would not stand on a stage. The first workshop included 12 volunteers. Elijah sat in a circle. He told them what he had learned. Do not enter a room trying to become useful immediately. A volunteer raised her hand. What should we do? Notice the person. That sounds obvious. It is not. Elijah continued. People enter rooms carrying plans. They want to comfort, solve, encourage, explain, or pray. The patient feels the plan before hearing the words. What should we carry instead? Elijah thought. Enough quiet to hear what is actually being asked. The volunteers took notes. Elijah nearly stopped. People were writing down his words. Helen saw the fear move across his face. She did not rescue him. Elijah took one breath, then continued. The workshop expanded. Nurses attended. Medical students attended. Residents attended after supervisors reported they struggled to speak with grieving families. Elijah taught them not to hide behind technical language. He taught them to sit down when delivering difficult news if time allowed. He taught them not to call a person's grief unreasonable simply because treatment had followed every correct procedure. He taught them to stop asking, "Do you understand?" when what they meant was, "Did you hear the words?" Someone asked where he had studied. Elijah answered, Rooms. The response spread through the hospital. People began calling his informal sessions the room practice. The administration eventually created a paid position for him as a patient presence specialist. Elijah resisted the title. He did not want to leave environmental services. The work had fed his family. It had taught him what he knew. He agreed to divide his time. 3 days each week, he cleaned rooms. 2 days, he trained staff and sat with patients. He wore the same grey uniform for both roles. The hospital offered him an office. He declined. He preferred a small table near the chapel. Years passed. Elijah completed his high school equivalency diploma at 64. Maya attended the ceremony. So did Denise. Elijah had not seen her in nearly 3 years. Afterward, they stood together outside the building. Denise held his certificate. "You did it." "Yes." She looked at him. "You stand differently." Elijah remembered her words from years earlier. "You apologized for occupying space. I am trying not to disappear." Denise nodded. "I can see that." They did not reconcile. Too much time had passed. Denise had built another life. Elijah felt grief. He did not use the grief as proof that his growth had come too late. Some doors reopened, others did not. He had learned that freedom did not require every consequence to reverse itself. At 67, Elijah completed a 2-year teacher training program at Helen's Meditation Center. He resisted the word teacher until the final day. Helen asked him to lead the closing practice. The room included physicians, professors, attorneys, therapists, and several long-time meditation practitioners. Elijah stood at the front. His hands trembled. He saw every old reason he should step aside. He was a school dropout, a sanitation worker, a man who had spent decades avoiding books, a person whose name had been invisible beneath his jacket. He did not push the thoughts away. He allowed them to stand beside him. Then he looked at the group. "For most of my life, I believed some people were born with a right to enter the room, and some people were there to clean it after they left. No one moved. I thought education gave people permission to speak. Money gave people permission to be heard. Titles gave people permission to take up space." Elijah placed both hands on the chair in front of him. "I had confused the world's habits with the truth." Helen watched him from the back row. Elijah continued, "The mind learns its place from repetition. A person steps aside once, then again. After enough years, the wall begins to feel like where they naturally belong." He looked toward a young woman who worked in hospital food services. She had attended every session, but never spoken. Elijah recognized the way she kept her eyes lowered. "No wall can tell you what you are." The woman raised her head. Elijah guided the practice. He asked the group to notice the body without ranking it. Not more important, not less important. Alive, present, capable of awareness. When the practice ended, the room remained quiet. Then Helen stood. She walked to the front. Elijah expected her to congratulate him. Instead, she bowed. The gesture was slow and complete. Elijah stepped backward. His body did not know how to receive respect from someone he had placed above himself for years. Helen remained bowed. Others stood. A surgeon from St. Matthew bowed. A university professor bowed. Rosa, his literacy teacher, bowed. Maya bowed with tears on her face. One by one, the entire room lowered their heads before the man who once moved his cart against the wall so they could pass. Elijah's first impulse was to tell them to stop. He wanted to explain that he was not special. He wanted to reduce the moment until it became comfortable. Then he understood that refusing respect could be another way of making himself invisible. He stood still. He allowed himself to be seen. When everyone lifted their heads, Elijah bowed in return. Years later, new medical students at St. Matthew were required to attend one of Elijah's sessions. Some arrived expecting inspiration from a man with an unusual life story. Elijah gave them no performance. He asked them to sit. He asked them to remember the people who cleaned their classrooms, emptied their bins, delivered their food, transported their patients, and entered rooms after they left. Then he asked one question: "How many of their names do you know?" The students usually became uncomfortable. Elijah allowed the discomfort to remain. One morning, after a session, he returned to environmental services to help during a staffing shortage. He pushed a waste cart through the same lobby where Helen had first approached him. Hospital executives were waiting near the entrance for an important visitor. Elijah saw the group. His body remembered what to do. Move toward the wall. Lower the eyes. Disappear before anyone asks. The old instruction rose with surprising strength. Elijah continued walking through the center of the lobby. A young administrator stepped aside to let him pass. Then she recognized him. "Good morning, Mr. Brooks." Elijah stopped. Her name badge read Rebecca. He had seen her many times. He realized he had never spoken to her. "Good morning, Rebecca." She smiled. He continued toward the elevator. A newly hired sanitation worker stood near the wall holding a bag. The young man's head was lowered. People passed without looking. Elijah turned his cart. He walked directly toward him. The worker looked up nervously. Elijah stopped. "What is your name?" The man touched the badge beneath his jacket. "Marcus." "Marcus what?" "Marcus Reed." Elijah extended his hand. The young man looked at his gloves. "They are dirty." Elijah smiled. "Then we will not shake." Marcus waited. Elijah remained in front of him. "How long have you worked here?" 3 days. "What have you learned?" Marcus looked confused. "Nothing yet." Elijah glanced at the crowded lobby. Then he looked back at the young man everyone had been walking past. "You have already learned where people expect you to stand." Marcus's eyes moved toward the wall. Elijah placed one hand on the waste cart. "Now we begin learning something else." As these 9 stories come to an end, take a moment before returning to the noise of the world. Do not rush to decide which character was right, which lesson was the most profound, or which teaching you should remember tomorrow. Instead, notice what remained inside you while you listened. Perhaps you recognized the pain of being overlooked. Perhaps you saw yourself in the person who needed every question answered before taking the next step. Perhaps you understood the mother who could not accept a loss that love had never prepared her to survive. Maybe you have spent years believing you are not intelligent enough, disciplined enough, calm enough, or spiritual enough to find peace. Maybe you have carried guilt so long that it has begun to feel like loyalty to the past. Maybe you have pushed yourself beyond your limits because stopping felt too much like failure. Or perhaps you have become skilled at appearing strong while quietly wondering how much longer you can continue. These stories do not offer one simple answer to every kind of suffering. They offer something more honest. They remind us that suffering is not always caused only by what happened. Sometimes it is also shaped by what the mind continues to add afterward. A painful event happens, and the mind says it should not have happened. A mistake is made, and the mind says we must remain the worst thing we have ever done. Someone leaves, and the mind says love has failed. We become exhausted, and the mind says rest must be earned. We feel afraid, and the mind says fear is proof that we are weak. We do not understand something, and the mind says we are less worthy than those who do. One thought becomes another. One reaction feeds the next. Soon, we are no longer responding only to life as it is. We are responding to years of fear, expectation, memory, shame, and resistance gathered around it. That is why awareness matters. Not because awareness magically removes pain. Not because a few quiet breaths can return what has been lost. Awareness matters because it creates a small space between what happens and what we do next. Inside that space, a person who feels invisible can remember that worth does not depend on applause. A person desperate for answers can address the wound already in front of him. A grieving mother can say, "I do not agree to this, but I know it happened." A man who cannot remember complicated teachings can still recognize the dust settling over his heart. A woman shattered by loss can return to one breath without pretending that one breath is enough to replace everyone she loved. A violent person can lower the weapon even when nothing can erase the harm already done. An exhausted person can loosen the string before it breaks. A spiritual teacher can stop performing wisdom and experience one honest moment. Two lifelong seekers can discover that freedom does not always require a perfect answer. Sometimes it begins by seeing what continues to feed the suffering. This is not a teaching that belongs only inside temples or meditation halls. It belongs in our homes. It belongs in difficult marriages, crowded hospitals, workplaces, courtrooms, schools, and late-night conversations. It belongs in the moment before we send the angry message. In the moment before we speak to a child with the same harshness once used against us. In the moment when we are tempted to hide a weakness because we believe honesty will make others respect us less. It belongs when the world tells us to work harder, move faster, earn more, remain available, stay productive, and turn every part of ourselves into something useful. Many people today are not resting even when their bodies are still. Their minds are working through old arguments, imagined disasters, unfinished responsibilities, and silent comparisons. They are surrounded by information but remain uncertain. They are connected to hundreds of people but feel unseen. They know how to improve their careers, their homes, their bodies, and their public image. Yet they do not know how to sit beside their own pain without immediately trying to escape it. The teachings inside these stories do not ask us to reject modern life. They ask us to enter it more consciously. Use technology, but notice when it begins using your attention. Work with dedication, but notice when ambition turns into punishment. Care for others, but notice when helping becomes a way to control their lives. Seek knowledge, but notice when the demand for certainty prevents action. Remember the people you have lost, but do not believe endless suffering is the only proof that your love was real. Take responsibility for your mistakes, but do not use responsibility as another name for permanent self-hatred. You are allowed to become different from the person you were yesterday. You are also allowed to be unfinished. The path does not require perfection before the next step. It requires honesty about the conditions shaping that step. So, before this video ends, ask yourself one question. What am I feeding right now? Am I feeding fear by imagining the same painful future again and again? Am I feeding anger by repeating a story in which another person must suffer before I can be free? Am I feeding shame by treating one mistake as the definition of my entire life? Am I feeding exhaustion by believing that rest makes me less valuable? Or am I feeding patience, compassion, courage, and attention through the small choices available in this moment? You may not control everything that enters your life. You cannot guarantee that the people you love will remain. You cannot prevent every disappointment, illness, misunderstanding, or ending. But you can begin to notice what happens inside you when life refuses to follow your plans. You can learn when to continue and when to stop, when to speak and when to listen, when to hold on and when holding on has become another way of harming yourself, when to seek an answer and when the next compassionate action matters more than certainty. Peace is not a life in which nothing painful happens. Peace is the growing ability to meet pain without allowing it to decide every action that follows. Sometimes peace is not calm. Sometimes it is a trembling hand putting down a weapon. Sometimes it is a grieving mother opening her fingers. Sometimes it is an exhausted person choosing to rest. Sometimes it is admitting, I need help. Sometimes it is saying, I was wrong. Sometimes it is allowing the next breath to arrive without demanding that it repair the whole past. Thank you for spending this time with these stories. Wherever you are listening from, I hope something here reminded you that you are not alone in your fear, grief, confusion, or search for peace. Your life does not have to be perfect to contain wisdom. Your heart does not have to be free from pain to remain capable of compassion. And you do not need to understand your entire journey before taking one honest step. Please share your thoughts in the comments. Which of these 9 stories stayed with you the most? And what lesson did you hear inside it? You can also tell us what you would like to see in the next video. Would you like more Buddhist stories about grief and healing, karma and forgiveness? overcoming fear, controlling anger, finding inner peace, or learning how to let go. Your comments help guide the stories we share next, and they may also help another person who is quietly facing the same struggle. Thank you for listening with an open heart. Take care of yourself, take care of the people around you, and remember to notice what you are feeding. Until we meet again, may your mind become a little quieter, your heart a little lighter, and your next step a little more compassionate. Goodbye for now, and I will see you in the next story.